Hello everybody! Welcome back to my streams, and welcome to a new game that I have not streamed development for yet. And I'm sure everybody who's actually going to join this stream has seen this game, but maybe not people who are watching the VOD. Hi Gussie, hi Toad, welcome to the stream. So I've already done a bit of work off camera for this update, so I can go through and show what I've done so far. For the VOD, and for anybody who may be watching that may not know what Founding Stones is, this is a survival fantasy medieval type game that is focused on city building. And so basically, all of this, even though it's flat land right now, a lot of these surfaces spawn resources. And when you join the game, a starting city gets placed randomly in this map. In fact, I can just hop in the game and show a little example. And so this game is more or less a medieval city builder while also being a survival game. So we spawn in. This is a completely, it's not a completely random spawn. There are pre-chosen areas. But we have the city of Erstport. And you can see this is the founding stone of the city, which is where the name of the game comes from. That states the name of the city, when it was founded, and by who. Now, of course, because this is the first city, it wasn't found by anybody. But as you can see, trees and stuff are filling up the area. And the whole goal is to go around and acquire currency, get rich. Starting with getting eroded rocks, which are the only rocks that you can break by hand. Then you can do the same with branches, like that one over there, to get sticks. You use the crafter here to make tools. You can trade with this merchant here to get money. And then you can talk to this dude for a little bit of a tutorial, and also to become a duke, if you are the first person. And these are all different professions. Hi, Dagger. That you can acquire either through certain conditions, like the old duke here, or by having the required prerequisites. So, for example, Commonwealth is a overarching hub or overarching rank of a bunch of mini professions, like farmer, which is the only one that exists currently. And you gain farmer by building a farmhouse and then having 10 copper and a plow, and that's how you can become a farmer. Then you can also become a duke or noble by upgrading this building and then getting, I think, 5 silver and 5 iron ore for duke, which will be changing in the future. But that is all that there is for now. There's hunger and thirst, and that is what we are going to be working on today. So, most of the survival aspects are basically already done, but to catch people up on what I've been working on so far that I already have added, for those who don't know, this is the farmhouse, and as you can see, there's a little slip here that you have to interact with when you have these requirements to gain the farmer profession. Now, this was the original first farmhouse, but I made it and it was a bit big, and so I thought it was farmer is really busted right now because of all the stuff that you can grow and farm and how fast it does. So in the next update, I have turned this into the second stage farmhouse instead of the first stage, and this is the new first stage farmhouse. It's a good bit smaller, but it is a little bit easier to create, I believe. Other than that, though, I have made the grow times for the, the grow time for the crops longer, so that way it takes longer to grow things. And I've made the tilled land larger, so that you can't stack quite as many. Other than that, though, I just have some stuff to work on. I thought I saw a bug or like a Z clipping here for a second, but I guess not. Sorry, I feel a little bit out of breath at the moment, so I may be talking a little bit less or a little bit slower. But on top of adding that new stage of farmhouse, I have expanded the cave here. It's probably not going to look like this forever. I'm probably going to like give it a bit more actual shape and definition in the future. But for now, this is what it looks like. It's just a big old cave. So iron should spawn more often in there. And then I have also added a cave in the valley area. So that way people can get more eroded rocks because it has a water area. And just rocks in general while they're, like maybe they spawned in the valley or a bit further down, like over here. Because before that, if you spawned in like this area down here, you either had to go all the way up here or all the way over here to get any rocks. Or like anything other than like rocks, coal, or iron. You had to go to one of these two spaces. Now granted, eroded rocks, which are good for early game, are all along the beach, so that wasn't too bad. But they couldn't get high counts of rocks, like the rocks that you actually need a pickaxe to break. So it was a bit difficult to progress or it was time consuming. And for the game, I have been working on it. When was it made? Let's see, I made it on the 18th of February. So I've been working on it for like 2.5 weeks now. More or less. Now granted, not all that time was actually spent on it because I have been going back to Steam development. But that's besides the point. Okay, so first thing I need to do is I need to actually make the tailor now. So I'm going to grab this. And let's see, how should the tailor look? That is the first question. I suppose first up, let's get the hitbox out of the way. Let's see. So I'm gonna need it. The thing is that there's no good reason for me to upgrade a tailor building, I don't think. I mean, I could make, actually... Okay, yeah, I could make Stage 2 tailor have the dye bath and stuff. Yeah, that could work. Okay. So for the tailor... let's see, how should I handle this? What kind of building should we go for? I feel like I should try to keep them all relatively in a similar manner. Actually, I think I have a bit of an idea. Here, let me drag it, like, this way a bit. Or actually, let me do that on the back here. So drag it back some. Then we'll grab all these, move it back. And for this, I'll actually just do something like this. Thinking about like giving it an open floor plan like this. I feel like that could be cool. Maybe only doing like something that tall. Maybe lift these up a bit. There we go. Let's see. We'll do something like this. Alright. This can be like lined up fine. You know, whatever. Let me grab this and drag it over. We'll grab this and I guess put it out like right there maybe. Maybe just like slightly shrink this. Okay. Just a moment. I feel like I may need to expand this a bit somehow, but I'm not sure how. Nah, this will work for now, I guess. Hello, Ari K. Welcome to the stream. So let's grab these and size it down to something a little bit simpler like that. And then we'll size this up, size it out a little bit. Wood texture. Do I need anything else really on top of this? I mean, I probably do want to make it like at least a little bit easy to see, or like easy to notice that this is the building or the like crafting area. So we'll do something like this. Brighten it a tad. And then on top of this, we can add like cylinders. So let's do like fabric and then do 0.1. Make this a 0.4 type deal. Let me grab this and these, put them back to wood. All right, and we'll do these as like spindles. I don't even know if that's actually what these are, but it's fine. So we'll duplicate these a couple times, drag them around. There. What else? Could probably use like a needle. So we'll put like a couple needles down here maybe. 0.5. Metal and that. And I think honestly that works for now. Just like a really basic sewing. Baba Booey! Baba Booey indeed. Alright, so let's rename this Taylor's Station. And group it together. And what other station did they need? They needed a loom. Is that Google? Define loom. Apparatus for making fabric by weaving yarn or thread. Medieval loom. If you can't tell, I was doing a lot of looking up of this stuff. Alright, so it looks like for a loom, it looks pretty simple. So let me actually duplicate this. We'll go to 0.5 again. Ungroup. Take all of this out. We need this. Maybe like put this off in the corner here. do some magic with the stuff. Okay. Do like 0.3 here. Do 0.1 here. And we'll do fabric. Average Kingdom Gate content deleted. Welcome Normo7 to the stream. I think the reason why it got deleted, I didn't really keep up with it all that much, like community-wise. But if I remember correctly, so if we go to the page for it. Oh, here, let me pull up the image. It was this. So as you see right here, it says by Humankind Studios. And in the description, it said that it was now owned by Humankind Studios. If I remember correctly, it was like an image that someone sent that the original creator of Average Kingdom game was set up to sell it to them, and then he would still like work on it. They would just own it. But according to that developer, like overnight while he was asleep, they basically took away all of his permissions on the game and kind of just like kicked him out. And so it was kind of like stealing the game from him. And so I'm assuming Roblox caught wind of that and axed it, since it wasn't under his ownership anymore. If I had to guess, that's what I would say was probably it. Alright, I'm not even going to try and be more detailed than this. We'll just name this Loom. We'll name it Fabric Station. Okay. And now, the last thing that I want to do... One, let's move this over here, because we're going to handle this area a little bit differently, actually. Drag this over. There. Ah, shoot, that looks stupid. Yeah, whatever. Alright, now we grab this, and let's layer it on top here. Like this. Dude, my dad is making some crock-pot chicken, and it smells so good right now. I can still smell it, like, at the moment. It smells so good, dude. What did I just do? Whatever. Alright, so we have this. Now, let's make a wedge. Rotate. And we'll do it kind of like this. Put it on top. We gotta dig in here and find it. There we go. Okay. We'll lift this up by a couple. Like this. Lift that up a little. Ah, that's a problem. Why is that back one? What the hell? This... Whatever. Fine, we'll make it one shorter, like that. There. This'll work, I think. Founding Stone's existence was so peak that that Kingdom game got deleted. Real and factual. Just kidding. It does suck that it happened. I mean, just because I'm making my own Kingdom survival-ish game like this, doesn't mean that I couldn't appreciate what the other one was like. It wasn't exactly what I wanted in a game like that, but it was still fun to play sometimes. So it does suck about what happened to it. Alright, so that is this. Now I gotta build the... Well, actually I need the, yeah, this paper here. So we'll grab this, and we'll take it, and we need to put it somewhere. I guess like right here could work. Just like on this, like that. Now I do need to make a new profession requirement for it. What do we want to make the profession requirement for Taylor? I feel like copper coin. I feel like Taylor isn't quite as important. It kind of is. Like, I don't think it needs 10 copper coins this time. So maybe we could just do, like, 6 copper coins? But what else would it need? What else? What do you guys think Taylor could need? In, what's it called? In Kingdom Game, it needed shears. Shears could be a good thing to add, because then Shepherd would also get to use it for sheep. Should I add shears as a, like, tool? I could. What do y'all think? Should I add shears as a tool? Yeah, we'll do it, because Shepherd would get some use out of it. So we'll go to plow and do shears. What else could they need? Also, how do you guys think Taylor should handle sickles as well? Because right now, the way that the sickle works is that you can use it to get fiber and stuff, but only, like, the farmer uses it way more efficiently. Do you guys think that the Taylor should have that same buff? No, that would defeat the purpose of it. The whole reason is to build a, like, codependence. What else could a Taylor need? I guess not really more. Not any more than this. Oh wait, shears is going to require a smith, actually. So I might need to go ahead and add the smith today as well, if we're going to need shears. Alright, well I guess I know what I'm doing today. We're adding Taylor and Smith today. The owners? Oh, yeah. Alright, so now I need to go to Profession module. I think it's up here? Yeah, right here. Yeah, they basically tried to steal the game, if I remember correctly. Okay, so now we do... Let's take all this. Farmer, Taylor, copper coin, 6, and shears. False. Alright, so that's that. Okay, so with all of this done... Oh, we actually don't need that claim paper there, since it's, since it is a profession building like that. Okay. So now I grab all this, grab that, group it all together. What did I just take? Oh, that, right. Move that out. I honestly, yeah, I'm just going to delete that. I really don't need it anymore. Taylor. Get a second floor. I was thinking about expanding it and making kind of like an L shape, I was thinking. I don't think they would really need a second floor. What else, though? I was going to do something with it. What was I going to do? I don't remember. Oh, what is the name of like a tailor? Is it just like a tailor? I guess it's just Taylor. And not anything else. Google. Name of a tailor's building. Yeah, just a tailor. Okay. Sweatshop. No, we're not naming it a sweatshop. We'll name it a tailor shop. Okay. And we'll make its primary part the tailor base. And now we actually need to make a work in progress version of it. So let's ungroup, lift this up, get rid of that. Oh shoot, it doesn't have that in there. Alright, so one, let's duplicate this and put it in the tailor shop. Then we'll take this other one and put it right here. And that'll be where the progress paper goes. Once again, as per usual, we're keeping it to the theme of having the thatch roof kind of just like laying there. We'll have it drag around to a few different areas, just for fun. We'll get rid of that. Oh, well, that's not good. That needs to be back one like that. And so does that one, actually. This one probably should, too. So we'll move that back one. Okay. Let's fix all this up. You know, align it how it's supposed to be. Get rid of that. There we go. A nice little work in progress building. Alright, now we grab this, paste it into buildings, grab this. We'll just like shove it down there. Get rid of the stats up there. Alrighty, that's pretty good. Or that's good enough, I suppose. So now we'll bring this back down like that. we'll need to group it all together. Primary part to there. Name it Tailor Shop 1UC. And steal the stats from there. Alrighty. Now, I think that's about all we need there. So now we go to... Where is it? General info? Yes. So we'll grab this, and we'll name it... Or we'll do... Tailor 1UC. Or Tailor Shop. There. We'll have it need... only 2 wood logs, only 4 planks, but then maybe, like... 5 fiber. That should be fine. Fiber's not too difficult to get anyways. Or actually, maybe we'll just do 3 wood planks and 4 logs. That should work. Alright. Ah, man, I forgot to put this in there. Tailor station. Oh, I forgot to put the other... Yeah, I forgot to put both of the stations into the tailor shop. Whoops. So we'll duplicate, put it in there, and then we'll grab the... Where are they? Alright, so there's this table, which isn't in Tailor Shop 1UC. And then there's these 2, which need to go into there as well in a second. So let's work on these real quick. Okay. And then here, we'll get rid of 2 of the spindles. And those. There we go. Something like that. We'll grab these. Toss them in the under construction. I was thinking that the under construction one looked a little bland, but I wasn't sure why. And that's why. It was because it didn't have either of the stations that correspond to, you know, the tailor. No wonder it looked a little bland. Okay, next up. I do want to add a stage 2 to the tailor, but I'll do that later. Right now, we need to make the blacksmith, actually. And this means that we can have iron pickaxes. Dude, we're going to get so much more today. We might actually do a game night today, just because it would be really... Like, this is actually going to be some decent progression. We'll be able to get iron tools, finally, which have been in the game since before I made the map. I just never... They're not obtainable at the moment. But, like... Iron tools? Iron armor, probably, even though it won't do anything yet. Shears... What else can we use iron for? A good bit, I imagine. Probably I can make some, like, crazy base upgrades, like a much better fire pit. This is going to be a good time. Alright, so, next up, I need to grab the house here, and we need to work on the blacksmith. Now, this one is going to be a lot of stone, I know that. Because obviously it's going to be a lot of stone. So in fact, I don't even think we're going to have thatch roofs. I don't think we're going to have any rooftop at all, maybe. I mean, we might have one, but like, nothing huge. We aren't going to need that. We aren't going to need those, because it's going to be a profession building. Let's look at some references for inspiration. Blacksmith. Or no, old blacksmiths. Blacksmith building. Okay, so we're getting Minecraft, but that's fine. Let's see. So, primarily, I think I'm going to want to make it something similar to that. Alright, so for the blacksmith, we're going to want a smelting station and a crafting station. Kind of like the tailor, where we have the loom and then the fabric station. Alright. I can see it coming together. Yeah, baby. We'll get rid of that. Or maybe we'll keep it. I really want this building to look different, because a lot of these buildings look really similar. So let's focus on making something different looking. So I'm thinking we do maybe like a longer thing like this, and then an outward area like this. And so let's start by making this. So we'll start with something like this. And let's see, we'll also, I think, maybe even change this to like a gray. Okay, no. Not a blue gray for sure, but like a... something like that could be a nice, like, starting change. Next up, let's go to cobblestone, wherever that is, right here. We'll give it a dark brown color. Or dark gray color. Whoops. We'll do some dragging to get it all lined up a bit better. Okay. I think we'll do kind of like a... we'll do a slanted building like this. We'll drag this forward. Down one. Material flip. Okay. And now we aren't going to be using a whole lot of wood, that's for sure. So let's focus on making it look different. Maybe we could do, like, wood as a baseline for, like, certain areas. Here, let me drag this out. That'll be the entrance right there. I think it's a bit too small, yeah. So we'll do this. Drag this out. Let's make it a little bit easier to align it real quick. There we go. Add birds. There will be some in the soundtrack whenever I get around to making that finally. Let's see, we'll give it like a... we'll give it a red... should we do red or blue for the blacksmith? What do y'all think? Or like just a gray. Gray might work, honestly. But I'm thinking maybe we could do like... how to explain it? A slate. That doesn't look all that good. I don't know. Trying to think about how to incorporate more rock into this than anything. Hello, Amira. Welcome to the stream. Red? Alright, we'll do red. We have sandstone. So maybe if I did like 1.4 and then sandstone instead. I could do something like maybe just a bit more like this, maybe. Actually, I don't think... Okay, I don't think this wall needs rocks. Okay. So instead, we'll focus on making these walls the rock ones. Especially this one here. So we'll do this for like a little bit. And then we'll grab this, drag it out, and then right here, we'll change to sandstone or something. Let's see, there's sandstone, slate, rock, salt. Salt doesn't look all that good. Concrete looks a bit too modern. I'm thinking sandstone. So let's do a third thing there. Okay. And we're going to want to replicate that another time. Oh, wow, I got that perfect. Nice. Duplicate it over. Duplicate. There we go. And yeah, we'll just do this for the bulk of it. Actually, I think for these back ones here, or at least this back one, I'm just going to drag the cobblestone straight up like that. There we go. Drag it out. We'll give it a little bit of rock all along it, or a little bit of wood all along it, just so that way it does like retain a bit of its tone here. Here, we'll lower this down by that much. Okay. Forgot about that part, or that whole fact there. Ooh, that doesn't line up very well, does it? Well, that's not good. Why does that not line up? Weird. Whatever. There we go. Oh wait, that's wrong. It needs to be lower down. 2 right there. Yeah. We're going to move this over here, actually. Free up some space over here, so that way I can make a chimney in a minute. We're going to raise these up, actually. Like that. And then what? Let's see. Need to make the chimney, so we'll center this, shrink it down to something more like this. And then we'll build on top of here. And I think we'll do slate for this and just make it like dark. Okay. And I think I'm going to make this station be one that you have to, like, keep fueled. I feel like that could be cool. Let's do 4, 4. Great. And then we'll put, like, wood down here. Shrink it down some. Give it some ash. Okay. Now we'll drag this up. Just like that. And then drag it back some. Then we'll drag it up and out like that. Okay. And I do think I am going to want to have it come out like this. And then down even. So let's size this properly. There we go. And then we'll do a little thing like that. Make this a wedge. Putting a lot of detail into this one. There we go. Okay. Then we'll do a few last adjustments, like right here. And on the sides of here. Like that. And there we go. We have a furnace. I'm actually going to drag these through, and it'll give a bit of extra detail, which will look nice. All right. Now, this may not be accurate at all. I really don't know, and I don't care all that much. Bingus, indeed. All right, yeah, that'll work. So now I got to rename everything. So let's grab everything. Rename it to furnace. Then we'll grab this. Make it 0.05. Dark black and rubber? I've not seen that texture before. Huh. That must be a new one that was added. Neon. There we go. I do the neon because it perfectly gets rid of the shadows and stuff. or like any reflectance that it might have had. Alright. We're gonna need a beam across here. Like this. I could make it an iron beam, but that might be a bit difficult. Alright, what should I do about the rooftop? Because the rooftop obviously can't be fire. And it probably shouldn't be stone. Here, we'll do like a wood one. Let me make like a wooded thing here. Yep. We'll drag it out until we get to about right there. Okay, and we'll make it wood. But only do it for like this half of the thing. It's like up until about right there is where we'll stop it. And then we'll make it like extra dark, like that. And now we just need to make things a little bit taller, so that way it looks a little bit better. I don't know if I like the wood, actually. Let me try wood planks. Roof shingles. I could use pavement for the later ones. Yeah, we'll do this for now. It'll just have to work. There, and then we'll keep it away from the fire. Okay. And now out here, we need to do another thing. So let's grab this, and we'll make the height of it 0.1. Then we'll drag it around a little bit and, like, you know. Get ourselves some stuff going. Actually, let's try cobblestone, see how that'll work. Cobblestone, basalt. Sorry, trying to think about how I want this to look. Limestone. Sandstone? Sandstone will work. There we go. Alright, and now we need like an anvil, basically. Though since we don't have metal yet, I can't actually make it an anvil, so we'll instead have to make it just like a hammering station here, basically. So let's do that real quick. We'll make it basalt texture. Kind of like that. What else could we need? I guess for like details, we could do like a rack or something. So like, let's do... something like... this for a little like weapon rack, basically. Gotta fix the wood grain, or that one guy on Twitter will execute me on the spot. Alrighty. We could do like little prongs on the wall over here. For like hanging items and stuff. There we go, and for now this might need to be enough. Oh, it could use a quenching table as well, I guess, or like a quenching pool. So let me do like a bit of whatever here. That's my phone going off. That's my phone going off again. Alright, now we paste this into there, drag it over, size it down. It's a little large. Alright. Drag it over. That's my phone again. Wow. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Let's see. All this was just... all this has just been building. We've not even done anything else yet. Man. Okay. I'm actually going to size this down for now. Just so that way it's still a stage 1. Like that. Alright. Now we grab this. Bring it down. Bring down the hammer. And actually, let's make sure that the height aligns. Somehow, it is basically perfect. Nice. And I think I've already coded it to have multiple hitboxes and check for that. So we'll see. Okay. I think we're just about done, finally. So we have all of this. Let me make a like fire thing here for the whatever. Let me do that real quick. Particle. And we'll grab all this. Name it firewood. Okay. Now I need the brazier over here, whatever it is. Right here. We'll grab all of this, shove it into this particle here. Turn this to 1. And let's see, what does this look like when it's on? It's upside down. I might want to make the flames a little small. Or a little smaller. Size. And with this on, We'll do a brightness of 1, but only like a range of 15. Alright. And then this, yeah, that'll work. Let's see. Fuel. That's all this. And now I do actually need to add in fuel stats for this, so we'll do that in a bit as well. But for now, let's disable both of these. Okay. And I think that's about the last thing, really. In relation to this, at least. So now we can grab... Well, let me also grab the fuel charge stat here. Okay. And now, we'll come over here. These will be named the... what's it called? Smith base. Okay. These are just lore. Alright. Now we grab all of this. Oh wait, no, I've got more renaming to do real quick. Grab all this. Rack. Hammer area. Now, another thing I am going to be doing... quench pool. Another thing I will be doing when I... Sorry, trying to think. When I get to upgrading these buildings, there will also be things like, for the blacksmith, I'm going to make it to where once you upgrade the blacksmith to a certain level, they will be able to unlock new skills. So like in order, like as a base blacksmith, you can maybe make tools, but you can't make armor. And so there will be an upgrade to make armor that you have to learn. And so there will be like kind of, I want to make upgrade points to every profession. So like farmer, maybe I'll make a stage, like in stage 2 or 3, I'll make it to where you have to learn to plant something like apples instead. Something like that, we'll see. For now though, we're just going to keep it kind of basic. And I can add all of that later. Alright, and lastly, stats. Now I also have to add the table in. And the rack. Did this get a model? It didn't. Well, shoot, it kind of needs one. I mean, I guess not. It doesn't need one, but... Let's see. What didn't get kept in it? Because I feel like there's at least one thing. No, okay. It's all there. Nice. So this is the blacksmith 1. Alright, and now we'll grab this and paste it into here. Then we'll grab this and put it over here, like that. Alright. Now for the blacksmith, we're going to want... It's going to be a valuable one, so we are going to want probably 10 copper again. Then, of course, we're going to need a pickaxe, but then maybe, should we do a hammer as a tool? Like you need the hammer to make things? I think yes. So let's duplicate that and we'll say hammer. I don't think they'll need anything else right now, though. So now I go to profession, grab this, copper coin, 10, smith, Uh, local categories is equal to pickaxe is equal to iron or stone pickaxe and iron pickaxe, and that'll be useful later down the line. And now we grab this, duplicate, and we'll do hammer. Else if player v index local item player inv index item is equal to player inv index. Then we do if categories index, then item is equal to player inv, or actually, hang on. Pairs, categories, index, do if player inv in, I need to change that, item name, then item is equal to player inv item name. And hopefully that'll work. I think that should work, but we'll see. It's a little messy, but it's whatever. And this is also most definitely the highest part total building in the game at the moment. I may have gone a little bit overkill with this building, but oh well, it's fine. Just means that people will be happy to be a blacksmith, because it'll look really cool. So let's get rid of those stats. We'll lift these up like that. Drag this down to here. Get the water out of there. we go. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know what to say, so I was just kind of focusing on building. Sorry. I didn't mute myself, I just wasn't talking because I was locked in for a second. Alright, let me delete that. And now we delete that and grab this. Paste it out. Alright, so we probably won't be able to do the game night tonight, because I actually do think I have to go somewhat soon. Had some stuff I forgot about. But we'll see. Let me get rid of these as well. Okay. So that'll be the thingamabobber. There we go. Crafting paper is in there. Ah, that's what it was. There was a bit of Z-clipping here. I knew there was something bothering me, but I couldn't tell what it was. That's it. Let me fix that up real quick. Okay. Now, we grab all of this. Blacksmith 1 UC. Okay. And now I need to grab a UC thing, paste it in there. Duped. Alright. So we have both of these now. And now I do need to grab this and this, duplicate them out. Undo this one first. Get rid of all the details because we don't need them. We just need the base and this. And then we'll do the same thing here. Grab all that, get rid of it. Alright, and all we have left are those. Now we have to make preview versions for each of these. Building previews. And I believe these are pretty simple. I think it's just we take all of these, group them together. This will be blacksmith. Now I need to grab all of these and we do can collide off and it's this on. And now I just need to do a whole bunch of welds. So weld that to there. Weld this. That's the wrong one. I need to weld this to there and this to there. And then we make the primary part that, I believe. And we grab all of it and anchor off. Yes, sir, I'm a solo dev. Welcome to the stream, Bugawa. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Okay. So now we grab these two, and this will be Tailor Shop. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. For these, I actually want to separate them. There we go. And I need to do the same in here, wherever that is. No, general info. Tailor Shop. Forgot that I can actually put spaces in. I'm too used to trying to treat it normally. Okay. So now we unanchor these, weld that together. Thank you, Bugawa, for following. I hope you enjoy your time here. Mask this on. Do I use Ropa? I don't know what that is. We need to set primary part. Alright. And I think that's everything for these two. Let's move them over here. What else? Oh, no, they need the weld. Wherever the weld is. Here, we'll grab it. Paste it in there. Paste it in there. Floor. Okay. Now I need to do Smith base, decal, make sure they're both facing the front. Yep. Okay. So this was the weld for this one. So this one needs to be maybe like... we'll do 20 there. And maybe 25 for that one. Actually, what is the back for this? Farmhouse base. It's only 20 for there. Well, it does reach a little bit further back, so that's fine. 25 is good. Using coding Roblox scripts in Visual Studio. I do have VSC, but I don't use it now. I just code in regular Roblox. I don't use that many external things. I've been told I'm kind of weird because I don't use that many crazy things. Like, this is all I have for plugins. Just material flip, NPC dialogue tree, moon animator, of course, and then this curve thing. Because this curve one is really nice for, well, making curves. It's super fast. But like, other than that, I do basically vanilla building. And then for like developing in general, the only other softwares I use paint.net for GUI and like sprites and shit. I use Cakewalk for music making, Audacity for audio stuff, and I think that's it really. Oh wait, no, and I use Blender. Of course, can't forget Blender. It's hidden behind the boss thing, but I've got Blender up here. And I think that's about everything I use. I don't think I have much else. Yeah, like I use CapCut for video editing, same as Shotcut, but that's all that I really use for game dev. Okay, so let's see. I think that's about everything done with the buildings here. We can give them a quick test. What were these? Recipe prog. Does this have stats in it? It does, yeah. What about this one? Yeah, it's got stats. This one? Yep. And this one? Yep. Yeah, so I guess these aren't needed then. Alright. Oh, it was when I undid these two. Right, okay. So we'll toss these into building previews. Toss this back where it's supposed to go, and this back where it's supposed to go. Okay. So now let's load in, and we'll give it a test. Have I made any viral games? I've not gone viral. Like, you know, I'm not making a living wage off of this, unfortunately. Also, where do you see that I have 2.5 thousand followers? My Twitch, I only have 769, but I think a good portion of these were actually botted. Because, oh, in Roblox. Because there was a guy, something, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be happening anymore, but in Roblox Studio, if you were to stream on Roblox Studio, there was a dude who, for some reason, or something, would spam people who streamed under the Roblox Studio category with bot follows, and it really sucked. I had like 2,000 followers on Twitch, and like almost all of them were bots, and it was stupid. So I think I have about 300 or 400 followers on Twitch that are like actual legit ones, and I think the rest are bots that haven't been banned. My followers is probably because my account has been around for 12 years, or shit, it is 12 years. It's almost 13. Oh my god, I'm old. Oh, I don't like thinking about that. That makes me feel so old. Yeah. So that was probably from like a lot of like the bots of like the later 2010s. But I do have Steam, which is like my one big game. And it's probably where like the rest of those followers come from. It's gotten, yeah, it's almost at 140,000 visits. So like, this is way bigger than any other game I've ever made. So to me, it's a lot. But I know like on the standard of Roblox, it's really not that big. Because, you know, we have games with over 1 billion visits. We have millionaires being game developers. I have, like, DevX'd twice. So if that's any indicator on how much I've earned. I've DevX'd twice, I think. Maybe even only once. And as you can see up here, I've got like 8,000 Robux. Now granted, I haven't monetized Steam all that much because, yeah, about 210 bucks really. I haven't monetized Steam all that much. There's only a donation game pass at the moment. But there is also like the clothing from the game. I think if I do marketplace, all creators, Legend Epsilon. Yeah, like I've got the clothing from the game on sale, but it's only 5 Robux because I'm not like trying to be scummy about it or anything. So there are people who like buy the clothing to support me and buy that game pass. But other than that, all of my money comes from premium payouts. So I haven't made that much money. Peak CCU. The peak concurrent was, I think, 225 at once, and it was after the biggest update in the game. I did a whole, like, YouTube trailer and everything for it. Yeah, like, there was a trailer for the update that got 4.3 thousand views. The reason why the game died, I know why it died. I don't have to think about why it died. The reason why it died is because the update 10 the update 10 came out like mid-July, and it was an update that I've been working on for 8 months, so it had a ton of content in it. And so it was, you know, a lot to follow up on. And unfortunately, the next update that I did, it didn't have anything crazy in it because it was kind of just like tying up the loose ends of that update. So it had like a couple things for some people because there's teams in the game. And so only 1 or 2 teams got some new content, and it wasn't anything too crazy. And it also took me longer than I wanted to make it because I started a new job in real life. And so that job was taking up a lot of my time as well. And so the update was like a month or 2 late. So unfortunately, the game ended up kind of dying before, or by the time the next update came out, and it's not really recovered the same ever since. But whenever the game does update, it does occasionally get like, or whenever the game updates, it does get like 30 to 50 on update day. So, but yeah, I'm still really proud of this trailer. I thought it was pretty damn good for my first ever release of a trailer for a game. But yeah, even now Steam has some people playing Roblox ads. I've considered sponsoring, I just really don't feel like pouring Robux into it, because I know there are people who use like hundreds of thousands of Robux on advertising. I would be like a drop in the bucket compared to that. I would probably barely get anybody. And so I've not tried to do that. I've made some TikToks, I've made some YouTube videos, so like I've done my own personal marketing a little bit, but nothing too crazy. But Steam does still get some players. Like yesterday, there was a point where it had 11 people on at once. Mind Dashers, that's a game that I'm Twitch streaming. I stream the development of it every Sunday, whenever I can at least. Sometimes, not every Sunday, but whenever I can. I always stream it on Sunday. And it's a game that I'm making from scratch and intentionally building almost exclusively on stream, just to show the process of making a game. Classic Lava's kind of dead. It was just one that I made for fun. Infinity Classic was okay, but it was more so just like a testing game. And then Zombie Invasion is my next biggest game with like 900 visits, I think. Yeah, 932 visits. It's only really ever alive when we do game nights, but I am very proud of Steam. It's my baby. Okay, anyways, let me get back to developing this. This is Founding Stones, and it is the next like little mini project I'm making. Southam. I've only been working on it for a couple weeks now. Alright, let's see. Oh, wait, nope. Forgot something. Already forgot something. Gotta go to general info. Oh, I also forgot to add in a crafting recipe for the blacksmith. I don't know how I managed to forget that, but... Alright, let's drag the buildings back out so I can look at the blacksmith and see what it needs. I'm gonna say, like... It probably needs... maybe... I'm gonna say no wooden logs, but... rock, it'll probably need, like... 12. No fiber needed. Yeah, so honestly, I think just 12 rocks and then, like, 6 planks. For the blacksmith. Alright. And now I need to add in the tailor shop 1UC, or tailor shop and blacksmith into here. We'll put it into the architect as well. Tailor shop, architect, or not architect, blacksmith. Okay. And now let's move all of these back into map assets. What, Toad? Yeah, blacksmith is going to be expensive. I mean, rocks aren't too terrible to get. Honestly, this gives you an excuse to, like, mine out the rock areas when you're trying to go for iron. The thing is I need to think of, like, in the scope of this game, I need to think of, you know, it being a 100-player server. Because that's possible. So I need to think of it in the scope of that many players. Alright, so let's see. We have Westgate. Let's talk to the old Duke. Open panel. Alright, so we now have the tailor shop and the blacksmith. Damn it, I knew I was forgetting something. Yep, okay. I always forget to do this. I don't know how I keep forgetting every single time. Oh, hang on. Just a moment. I'm getting a call. Sorry, I got a phone call. Had to answer that real quick. Basically, I forgot to change the weld here to actually, like, apply it to the thing here. Smith base. Smith base. Okay, there we go. Now it should work. Now, I don't know about the blacksmith. The blacksmith might not work because it has 2 hitboxes, but we'll see. Mud Castle. That's a very appealing name for a city. Alright, well, let's see. God, I hate this little thing. Tailor shop. Alright, so the tailor shop seems to be working. Let's place it. Yep. It's got all that. I'll test out like actually building it in a second. This is not a good spawn for a city. Wow. Blacksmith. Is it gonna work? Seems like it might. Let's see. We'll try and place it like... Yippee! It worked. Oh, I forgot to put that in there. Okay. So let's do some spawning. So this needs a lot of planks and a lot of rocks. Slash spawn blank. This game is a bit less like Steam. It's more of a survival city builder. Meanwhile, Steam is more like a team-based RPG in a way. Team-based exploration RPG game. Steam is a lot more open-ended than this game. This game is kind of just like for fun. But yes, I am very proud of Steam. I do think it's probably the best map I've ever built. And it was also the game that got me into coding. Like, it was the first game that I ever learned to code for. Before then, I was just a builder. So I spawn rock. We're gonna need 12 rocks for this fucking thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is going to be a very fun building to build. It totally won't take 700 years. Okay, maybe I should reduce the rock count, just by like a little. Maybe like 2 or 4. 12 might be a bit much. There we go. Ta-da! I think I'm going to want to lower this a little bit, but I'll do that in a second. I need to change that text there. Steam was the first game that I ever coded for. I've been building for like 8 years. Should I spawn fiber? Building was the first thing that I got into, so... I would still say I'm a much better builder than I am coder. Like, I've gotten better at coding, but I would still think that I'm probably better with building overall, just because it's a bit easier for me to like naturally do. I am a bit of a clunky coder. I won't lie. I am not the most efficient at any of it. Alright. So that's the tailor and the blacksmith complete. They don't do anything yet, but they're done. That needs to be adjusted. Oh, let me try fueling that. Slash spawn hole. Yippee! Alright, so I'll need to change the text on that. Alright. So we have a couple things to do. One, we go to blacksmith. Wrong thing. Let's go to buildings. Blacksmith. We go to particle. Change this to furnace. Its max activation distance we'll set to like 7. So that way when we add in the proximity prompt for the other one, we can do like 10. Grab a drink real quick. It's my last one in my creeper mini fridge. What a shame. Okay. Next up, claim paper. We need to change this to be Smith instead of farmer. And now we go to tailor shop and we do, where is it? Plain paper, proximity prompt, tailor. Alrighty. So now the next step should be pretty easy. Hello Zerdy, welcome to the stream. Next step should be decently easy, but we'll see. So let's see. So we have the tailor crafter. We have, or no, let's see. Okay, so we'll do tailor fabric station. And then tailor, we'll just do tailor station. And we're going to want to add a third station for tailor dye station, but that'll be stage 2 or stage 3 in the future. So we'll see. Beyond that, we need smith station and smith furnace. Not furnace, furnace. Okay. And there we go. And we can add in a couple things here real quick. So let's grab this. We'll do iron bar, and the recipe will require 1 iron ore, the refined state of iron ore, useful in crafting durable, efficient tools. I love me some fantasy. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Steam. I love the aesthetic of Steam. Steam is still my baby. I love steampunk. But God, is it so much harder to work in than fantasy. Fantasy is so easy comparatively. I can just, like, this rolls off the tongue here. I don't have to do anything, practically. Alright, let's see. So, the tailor. How should we do this? I think I know how I could do it. Let's do... Okay, so we'll grab plow here, and we'll do thread. Used for things that require lines or strings. And we'll make it fiber, 1 fiber for threads, and it gives you 1 quantity of that. And then we do fabric, sheets of cloth used for the creation of clothing and other similar apparel. And then we'll make it to 3 fiber for that one. Hello, Hime Good. Welcome to the stream. Are we like the biggest studio streamer at the moment? This is some of the highest viewers I've gotten. Ugh. Go away. Roblox Studio, what are we doing? What's it up here? Oh yeah, look at that. Woo! We're number 1. I don't think I've ever been number 1 on the category. That's cool. Okay. I'll take it. Sorry, y'all, I don't got a face cam or anything on. I do have a face cam, but I don't look all that good right now. And I haven't really used my face cam in a while anyways. Maybe someday. Okay, anyways, let's see. So we have the station and the furnace. We'll actually put the the smith station a bit lower. Now, let's grab these. Well, for now, we'll grab these 2 here. Paste them in here. We'll replace these with iron and iron. Oh, whoops. That needs to be on this one. And then we'll do iron bar. And I'll spare you guys the suffering of trying to make a bunch of iron ore. Or trying to get a bunch of iron bars for iron pickaxes. I'm going to reduce it by 1. No game night? We'll see. Depends on if I can get this all done in time. Higher quality, sharper, edged axe made of iron. Better for chopping wood than stone. Okay. But we'll keep the same stick amount because sticks aren't too bad anyways. Alrighty. We need to finish up the tailor station here. So now we grab this, and we do shirt, and we'll make it fabric 3 for a shirt. Simple clothing worn on the torso, hopeful for staying comfy in all comfy and healthy in all environments. Now we do pants, and we'll just make it 2 instead of 3 for the pants. Fabric. Simple cloth pants for worn on legs. Helps with comfort. Okay. And then there is also the bag that I made earlier, so we'll put that in here as well. Bag, and we'll have it be 4 fabric. Oh, 4 fabric and thread, because it does have thread. All right, and 2 thread to be slung over the shoulder. It has a lot of space to store items. Alrighty, and then we're not going to work with the tailor dye station yet. I'll probably be doing the dye in the next update. We don't really need it right now, so it'll be fine. Alright. And now we do one last one. Oh, God. Iron bar. Just 1 iron bar for shears. Sharp scissors used by shepherds and tailors for their various activities. Okay, and now I have a couple items to make. So, let's grab player assets, items. We'll grab the bag out. And now we're gonna like dissect this thing into a couple different things. So 1, we need that. We don't need that. All right, so we have this. We're gonna need another one for the bag's, yeah, string here. And we'll do like that. We'll make this one like slightly less. Whatever. All right. Hello, Harbor. Welcome to the stream. If I can get everything done in time, then we're going to be doing a game night of this. Which, by the way, for anyone who is new here, I see that we have a lot of new, names here today, like Zerdy, Lois Griffin, Hime, and Norm, and all you. If you are interested in staying up to date, and one, of course, you can always follow my channel if you want to keep, get notifications for that. But I do also have my Discord server right here. I can type out the invite code here. PEKR2E3MJ. So I do have a Discord server that is... Well, here, let me swap over my monitor here. So this is the Legend Hub. Which is the hub server for my Twitch streams, and also all of my side games, including the one that we're working on right now, which is Founding Stones, or Founding General for this chat right here. I do also have a second server for my main game, Steam, which you can join if you'd like. Steam is my main project. It's the one I've been working on for the longest, since 2022. Don't mind. I'm being a sellout here. Let me give me my time to talk about my stuff. So this is some photos of Steam, just to show off a little bit. Not all of these are Steam, but oh, I'm not supposed to be showing that. I'm gonna have to edit this VOD a little bit. Here's some other screenshots of Steam. So if you have any interest in a steampunk-based game, that's not my game. That's not my game either. If you guys have any interest in a steampunk-based exploration game that is based around crime syndicates in the world, you should play this. Please don't. Okay, anyways, yeah, so... join my Discords and join my, or play my game Steam, or follow me. Just do stuff. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know how to advertise. I try not to advertise too much. It's God. Okay. Hang on, just a moment. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Some insight on map creation. Sure, yeah, whatever. I can do that for you real quick, buddy. So everybody does it a different way, and like if you're talking about like how to build in general, I can't help too much with that. It's kind of a learned process. Once again, I've been map building and doing building in general for 8 years. It's kind of an art form more than anything. You kind of just need to learn. There's different tips people can do. Like for this map, for example, I didn't just keep all the grass one shade. Depending on the area, I gave the different planes of grass different shades. So like this is a forested valley, so it has darker green. Meanwhile, these lighter areas are more plains and stuff. My big thing that I always tell everybody, always use stud increments up here, the rotation and move increments. They are so much nicer than just freeforming it. I typically do 0.5 studs because it's pretty basic and like it'll prevent you from going too detailed, too unnecessarily detailed. So I do 0.5 studs, but if I do need to get more detailed, then I'll go to like 0.2 or 0.1. Building itself is kind of just like, it depends on the style of game you're going for. For me, for making Steam, for example, whenever I was making Steam and I was making the... When I was making the city layout, I would start by doing this. Hello, Jay. Welcome to the stream. I would build out the entire map in plastic pieces. Each of these little each of these little pastel bricks were meant to represent a house or a building. And so I built it up. Okay, ignore the Fantastic Frontier. I would build it up. Okay, more build it up and just slowly fill it. God damn. Okay, I would slowly fill it in more and more. And then when I got the entire like layout of the map ready, because I wanted to make sure that the map flowed well before I built anything or like fully committed to anything. Once I got that done, ignore the Fantastic Frontier and lore game, I would start actually building the map itself and like tackling each building one at a time. So like I started with the clothing store, then the government building, then the hotel, and then just slowly, little by little, more lore game, I would fill in the things. And then I would go back and detail it all over again. So, yep, just block out and then add detail. It's kind of like, it's really just kind of like drawing. Which I guess while I'm here, I'll also promote my friend's game. If you haven't played Lore Game, you should play Lore Game. It's pretty cool. It hasn't gotten an update in a while because the developer has been focusing on other things. But it's a pretty cool exploration game. So you should totally play it. The Beacons of Light. So I called these the God Rays. They're a like thing that I do whenever I'm building in Steam. Basically, every point where these God Rays are coming down, there's like a little crevice in between the buildings that I needed to deal with. It's like you can see right there, there's a little hole in between all of these buildings here. And so I put the God Rays there to make sure that I didn't forget about them, so that way there wouldn't be just like holes in the map. They even actually returned in a later update. Somewhere. When I started working on the Undercity, they returned for a little bit. Yeah, they kind of returned for when I was making the Undercity. The citizens are getting raptured. This was for the pipes instead of the back areas, because fun fact, all of the pipes in the Undercity correspond to pipes that show up above ground as well. I made sure to keep that, like, straight. Starting to the blockout type method. Yeah, I did that a lot. Start out on building a base plate. Starting out, like, at the very, very start is a little difficult at times. But yeah, that's pretty much what I did. For Steam, when I was very first starting out, I made some size references based on how big I thought things would need to be.
Bingus.
So like, for example, Steam, its world is cities wrapped in big-ass walls. A lot of people compare it to Attack on Titan. And so I made size references for the different types of walls, how big I thought buildings should be, sidewalks, and other things like that. And then, when all that was working out, I used those reference bricks to lay out a basic shape that I wanted for the first area. Now, I did walls because walls made it really easy to section off the map. People say that I've never consumed any media about Project Moon, but the game's community does have a good bit of a Project Moon players. I know nothing about it. Just being completely real with you, I know nothing about it. Don't ask me about it, because I don't know. It is just pure fucking coincidence that my game has turned out to be apparently pretty similar to Project Moon. But yeah, and then like later down the line, when I did the next expansion for Steam, it went underground. And so I mapped out like where I wanted big areas to be in the map. And then I started connecting them and then adding in the buildings and other things. And that's how we ended up with that, or with the Undercity. And then even later down the line, when I was expanding the map again, which is with the update 10, I started by getting a rough outline of where the rest of the building, or like where the rest of the district would go. And then even later down the line, I finally started with placing down more of the pastel bricks. all the way up until this area had a full thing. And then I started building. I tackled the big one first. And then we went through it all. Unfortunately, I'm not really open to working on other people's projects. I barely ever, like, I am working on someone else's project right now, but it's just because they paid me for it. I think once I'm done with them, I'm probably not going to focus on doing anybody else's projects for a while, because I feel like I just do better working on my own things, personally. So I'm fine with, you know, offering tips and stuff, but unfortunately I am not looking for new projects at the moment. Haven't built in so long, just been focusing on project management, UI, and animations. Nice. I'm a solo dev. Yeah, I'm a solo dev, so I have to do all of that myself. Okay, let me get back to it. Solo deving is fun because I have literal, like, 100% complete control over the direction of the game, but it does make the game a little slow to update. Yeah, of course. I don't know how much I could help with, like, you know, a racing game in general. I'm not all that good at modern aspect stuff, not gonna lie. Like, cars, I don't think I could ever model cars. Or, like, military stuff, specifically. Hate building military. I have built, like, one gun ever, and that's it. Anyways, though, I need to get to work on this shit. I have not been doing anything. Okay, let's see. So we have fabric and we have thread. What else do we need? What else? Was there anything else? Shears, that's it. I knew I was forgetting something. So let's grab the... Actually, let's grab the iron pickaxe here. Or iron axe. We'll get rid of those. Size it down. Rotate. Go to 0.05. This is a really rare instance in which I go that far down. Okay. Here, I'm going to try and use the pivot a little bit, because I've not actually messed with the pivot all that often. I feel like it shouldn't quite be down that low. Let's do 0.2. There we go. And now we grab that and rotate it a little. All right. And there we go. We have shears. Yippee! Zero it out. And we'll make this the handle. Handle. Nail, I guess? I don't know what else to call that. Blade. We'll put both of these in there. Your friend's been modeling go-karts and they look sick. Nice. Ew, voice crack. Model vehicles. Learn that before any other building. I've been learning as I go. Sorry for getting you sidetracked. No, you're fine. Dude, I get sidetracked so often. Like, I voice call a lot in my Steam server. And I'll get in the voice call and sit down and start streaming to try and do stuff, and I get sidetracked so easily. Like, I was gonna work on this game in the voice call last night, and somehow we ended up watching a cosplay contest video that I attended. We somehow went from game developing to that. We're so bad. Trick to making guns is pass off any odd designs, as that's just how the gun works. Real. Who won? Not me, unfortunately. There were a couple. It was like first, second, and third, and then like best overall, I think. Because there were like different categories and stuff. I'm still really proud of my cosplay because it's probably the most recognizable cosplay I'll ever own. But it overall was not all that complex. It was an iron golem. I think that's the bad one though. That's the bad one. Do I have any good photos of it? This is the good one. Yippee! Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. It really hurt to wear for a long time, but it was a lot of fun. I do have a second cosplay now, but I don't know if I'm ever going to wear it. Why does it look sad? Alright, let's see. Looks like he lost his wife. So we have this. So we're going to need a tool variant, a dropped model variant. Any other? Is that all that we need? Tool and dropped model? I think so. Let's get rid of that. Alright, so we're going to need tool. So we have 3 tools to make. 1, 2, 3, and we have 3 models to make. So let's grab this and shove it in here, and this will be thread. Let's grab this and shove it in here, and this will be shears. Then grab this, shove it in there, and this will be fabric. And now we group all of these together. So we have thread, fabric, and now this one, let me actually ungroup it. Drag it out here. Drag these out from there. Grab this and size it up a whole bunch because I hate these things. Group it all together and delete, so that way it has a rounded out thing. We'll name this shears. Actually, I need to add model to the end of all this. Forgot that's how I handle it. Model, model. All right. Now for these shears, we're going to have to do a weld to there and a weld to there. Let's grab all of these. And let's see. These need to be can collide, yeah. But these need to not be can collide. Alrighty. Now I need to properly line up these to the hand. Tool over here. That one's all good. I think this one will be all good too, but we'll check just in case. Tool. Yeah, that one's good. And lastly, the shears. These are the ones I'm worried about, but we'll see. So that's not good. What happened there? Are these anchored? Oh, these are anchored. Whoops. There we go. Duplicate. Tool. Let's see. Ah, scheiße. What happened? Did I... Oh, I forgot to weld these. Hang on. Weld that there. Actually, nope. Wrong way. That's also wrong. Oh my god, I'm selling. And that like that. Okay. Duplicate and tool. That, yep. We're gonna have some adjustment to do here. Let's see. We'll do 180 there. Negative 90. Maybe like negative 10. And then we'll do like 0.5 up. Negative. We'll do negative 0.1. Wrong way. Okay, so it needs to be positive 0.1. That's stupid. Maybe 0.5. There we go. All right. So let's copy this over to the shears. I gotta say, tools are so much easier to work with than trying to make your own custom, like, hotkeys and shit. I did that for Steam, and it's so bad. Okay, let's continue on. So that goes there. This goes there, and this goes here. All right. Then we need to go to items. We grab, like, I guess, fiber for these two. Paste them in there. We have thread. Thin strands made from fiber. A useful crafting tool. Or a useful crafting resource. Fabric. A sheet of cloth made from fibers. Useful for the creation of various things. Alrighty. And then there's shears, which don't actually have a use, aside from just being there for stuff. So we'll do shears. A tool necessary for many duties of shepherds and tailors. Yippee! That's all of these three done. So we can toss these into here. Actually, the shears technically, I guess, go into the tools. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. Solo dev is going to be impossible, but learning more and more skills every day makes it seem more possible. Well, first, thank you. But yeah, the funny thing is that it seems like solo developers inspire more solo developers. Because, like, I tried to work with a team. I've been trying to make a game since 2016. I went through 3 major projects trying to work with other people and just being the builder and project lead. And all 3 of those projects never came out. And then in 2021, when I was working on my 3rd project, I came across a game called Lore Game. Right here. Which this game is way more impressive than Steam. You need to play it, because he did such a good job here. This man, IA-Kuro3, he was in high school, I believe, when he started Lore Game. Back in 2021. And the game has reached almost 5 million visits now, and is just amazing. His coding skills are really good. He's a good animator. He did all the music, or not all the music, but he did a majority of the music of the game. He did animation, 3D modeling. He did everything. Well, not everything, but he did a large majority of everything in this game. And watching him make all of this was super inspiring to me, and that was part of what caused me to start trying to work on Steam. And so if it weren't for the fact that I played Lore Game, I probably would not have started Steam, and I probably would have never become a solo developer. Or if I did, it would have taken me even longer. And so it seems like we kind of inspire each other. It's very inspiring. Haha. Let's see. So let's grab this. Put this in here. We'll name this Red. Reduce the size to 7. Red. We go to here. And we do shears. Also 7. Shears. And now this. We gotta do this. And fabric. Fabric. There's probably a more efficient way to be doing this, but I just really did not care to do it. So it's whatever. And then we toss all of these into dropped items. And now we need to go to item module. And we need to work through these real quick. So we have thread, which will be 0.2. Fabric, which will be 0.5. And shears, which will be 1. Then there was also bag, which will be 2. The first person to not ask about your username. Harbor Basement. I mean, I've seen a lot of weird usernames. I don't know the context behind it, but I guarantee you it's not the weirdest name I've seen. Okay. Is there anything else for these items? Comes from an old song people in your area would sing. Okay. That's nice. Shears, iron bar, shirt and pants and bag, thread and fabric. I think all of those have been added in, so I think we're good. Let's see. Let's test all the items real quick. During manual labor. Oh, kind of like some like mining songs or whatever. Rivermouth. Slash spawn shears. Yippee! Shears. Slash spawn fabric. Okay. Slash spawn thread. Alrighty. And slash spawn... What else was there? There was shirt, which doesn't do anything just yet, but it is there. Slash spawn pants. And bag. Alrighty. So that's all of the items working as items. I just need to make them all function now. Yippee! Once again, if we have time, we've been going for 2 hours now, so we'll see if I can finish it in time. We'll be doing a game night of this in the Discord, so... Alright, let's see. So I guess I should probably code in the shirt and pants now. So we need modules. Item module? Yeah, we'll put it in here. Module.equip clothing is equal to function player clothing name. Okay. Or clothing tool, and then we do module.unequip clothing is equal to function player slot. Slot is the clothing they wish to unequip. Alright. Next game night will be peak. Okay. I guess I should probably make the GUI first, actually. So let's do that. We'll go to Start a GUI, MISC buttons, frame. We'll set it to 1, 1, 0.990, 0.990. Put it like right there. 15030. Not even that wide, really. That should be enough, honestly. So we'll do 0.9. Just for simplicity's sake, we'll do a list layout. Horizontal alignment to the center. And we'll do a text button. 0.8. Or rather, 0.150. And then we'll do 0.6. We'll change the font to Fundamento. We'll do text scaled. All right. Let's see. So we have, for all of the different values, we have head. Head. Torso. Where's the name at? Torso. Arms. Arms, legs. Legs. Shirt and pants. Shirt. And pants. And then we do actually need to make them a little bit shorter. So we'll do 1, 2, like that. And then by default, we'll make the background of all of them 1. Or maybe like 0.9. Okay. Clothing frame. And then we will turn that fully transparent. Head, okay, so we have 6 here. 6 there. Good. Now we do local script. Clothing unequip. We do local function unequip clothing slot. Okay. Local players equal to game dot players dot local player. Come down to here, and then we do script dot parent dot head dot mouse button up connect function. And now we duplicate this 3, 4, 5, 6, and we do torso, arms, legs, shirt, and pants. Now we do unequip clothing, script dot parent dot, or no. Shoot. Okay, whatever. Head. Paste all of these in. It's probably not the most efficient way to do this, but I don't care. Torso, arms, legs, shirt, pants. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So steamy. Okay. Local cooldown is equal to false. Then I also need to do local replicated is equal to game dot replicated storage dot rs. And I'm gonna need a remote event. Do I have a good one for this? Data alter, I guess. What is data alter being used for again? Data alter, drop item, drop coin. Yeah, that works. Local data remote is equal to replicated by events dot players dot data alter. And then we do if cooldown, then return end. Cooldown is equal to true. Task dot wait 1 down is equal to false. And then we do local slot or val slot is equal to player dot data dot equipped vals Find first child slot. If val slot, then if val slot dot value is not equal to that, then we do data remote fire server and equip clothing slot, and we do script.parent find first child slot. Dot background transparency is equal to 0.9. All right, now we have a little bit more to do. Need to go to the bars. Grab that. Then we can just put this into data like that. All right, and so we do when they want to unequip the clothing, updating the clothing view. Then we do data dot equipped vals dot head dot changed connect function new val. That's it, yes? I think so. Bar updater. Yeah, okay. If new val is not equal to that, then else there. Script.parent.head. Otherwise, we'll put it to like 0.5. We'll do local function update view. New val. Find first child slot. Find first child slot. Then we do update view head new val. So now we have torso, arms. I know this is probably not the most entertaining thing, but bear with me. Unfortunately, a lot of game development is not actually all that entertaining. There we go. Okay. So that should all work. Welcome back, Boo. Okay. So we have all that. That should work now. Here, I'm gonna make a little button so that way we can also turn it off if we want to. Pants. And we'll make it a, like... actually, I need to move it elsewhere, which is really annoying. So we'll duplicate this, move it up to here, and we'll do 1, 1, 0.990, 0.80. Now we need to do 0.10, 0.10. Gotta lift it up a little bit. Little bit more. There we go. Let's make this real tiny. Tinier. Toggle. Clothing slots. And we'll do like 7 there. Alrighty. We're so close to done, kind of, almost, not really. I still have more that I have to do. Toggle clothing. Now we do logo script, toggle local clothing frame is equal to script.parent.parent.clothing frame. And then we do script.parent.install connect function. Here we go. Then we do clothing frame dot visible is equal to not clothing frame dot visible. And we'll just keep it like that. I really don't care. Easy enough. Okay. Next up. What else? Alright, we need to make the actual things themselves now. So let's go here, here. Unequipped clothing. We'll toss that in here. Else if action is equal to this, then. Okay, and we can get to that in a minute. For now, let's go to item module. Item module dot unequipped clothing player item. Yeah. And now we do else if action is equal to equip clothing, then item module dot equip clothing player item. Actually, we are not going to let that be a thing yet, because I think that is typically called there. Plan to hire developers in this game if the game becomes popular. Probably not, because like even when Steam kind of blew up and got its 140,000 visits, I still didn't have any plans to, just because I find working with other people to be kind of exhausting nowadays. Alright, so let's see. Let's do it like that. Local clothing table is equal to this. And then we'll do shirt is equal to shirt. This will make sense, trust me. Pants will be equal to pants. And then bag will be equal to torso. There. Alright, now we do local slot is equal to clothing table, clothing tool, dot name. And then we do if slot, then local slot val is equal to player dot beta dot clothing, or no, equip vals find first child slot. Then we do if slot val, then if slot val dot value is not equal to that, then else there is something in that slot already, replace it. Otherwise, slot is empty, equip. So now we do let me grab this. Clothing tool name, and then we do clothing tool destroy. Okay. And now we go to player assets and clothings, and then we do local clothing is equal to replicated dot player assets. Here, let me put this actually. Let me put all of this after this. There we go. Player assets dot clothings, find the child, clothing tool dot name, and then we do if clothing, then we do this, and if we do, or then we do if clothing is folder, then else there are multiple aspects to the clothing. Oh, now I also need to do local function equip clothing. Put that in there. Toss this up into here. Actually, we put it here. Or, no. Sorry. I'm being stupid. Equip clothing. Otherwise, we do local clothing clone is equal to clothing clone. And then we do clothing clone dot parent is equal to player dot character. And slot val dot value is equal to clothing dot name. Now we'll do clothing clone dot name is equal to clothing. It's I mean, I guess I don't need to do that. Then we do for IV in pairs clothing. Yep, children do local clone is equal to the clone. Clone dot name is equal to clothing dot name, and clone dot parent is equal to player dot character. All right. Clothing has one aspect. That's it. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, though. Hydra. Return early. It's not the best way to do it, but oh well. So now we do equip clothing here. Previously, though, we're gonna have to do. I suppose actually we can just get rid of this and put this just like directly after it like that. And now here we do module.unequip clothing player slot. Now we do slot val is equal to player dot data dot equipped vals and first child slot. What I imagine he means by boo is like, for instance, here I could do if slot val then, or I could do if not slot val then return end. and that would end it off and keep it in this area. I do that sometimes. I'm just not always the best at doing that. Like, it's not always like what I go to doing. Sometimes I like doing this because I feel like it helps me keep order of the checks that I'm doing. Like, it depends on the case of what I'm doing. Like, right now, I'm wanting to check and make sure all of these things are valid. But for things like a cooldown, for example, like in this script, I do that where I do if cooldown, then return end. So it depends on the context of what I'm doing in the code. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't. I'm sure my coding is probably a little messy in other people's eyes, but I'm not a coder at heart. I'm a builder, but I know how to code, so it's whatever. I just kind of do it. All right, and then we do if slot val, then if slot val, the value is not equal to that, then it just really, I mean, nobody else is going to see it because I'm the only one who works on this game, so. Other than you guys. Y'all don't have to worry about understanding it either, though, so. Now we do, let's see. Pickup item. Yeah, so we'll do that. Then we do module.pickup item player slot val.value, and hopefully that'll work. I don't think there's any point in which it shouldn't work. But we'll put that. Actually, we need to put that first, so never mind. And then we do for IV in pairs, player.character get children do if v.name is equal to slot.value, then v destroy, and then we do slot.val.value is equal to nothing. All right, I think this should work now. I think. Well, let's give it a test. I'm gonna have to code it in real quick though. So let's do. Where is it? Player assets, items, and we'll do shirt. All right. Now we do activate remote fire server. Then we go to here, and then we do. I shouldn't need either of those, but now we do local data remote is equal to replicated.events.player events.data alter data remote fire. All right, no. I don't need to do it here. I need the okay, so I did actually need the item module. Whoops. That's my fault. I don't need the item weight though, so we'll do item module dot equip clothing player script dot parent dot name. Okay. And now let's turn off the tooltip as well, right here. Okay. In fact, I'm actually going to reference the Apple code, so that way I can see exactly how things go. Yeah, okay, so instead, I actually put this first, just to be safe, and make sure it does disappear. Okay. And now let's do basketball weight 2, or we'll do 3. Actually, honestly, I really don't need to turn that off. So we'll do that. And then on the server side, here it does all of that and then destroys it. But in this case, I don't think we want to destroy it. Well, actually, here, item module, equip clothing. Equip clothing. So that does that. This equips that. Clothing tool. Okay, so it does destroy it, so yeah. So on this side of the server, we'll do equip clothing, and then script.parent. All right, so that should destroy it on its own, I think. So now, with all that done, let's go to here, grab all of this, paste it in there, and we'll do this for all of them real quick. So there's the bag, the pants, and the shirt. Shirt is already done. Pants is the last one. Okay. And now the data altar, which is, or well, which one is it? It's this one that has this. So let's grab all this, open it up here, paste it in, and open it up here and paste it in. Now the bag won't actually do anything yet, so we'll have to change that real quick, but after that it should be good. All right, let's see. So that turns on and off now. That doesn't do anything if there's nothing there. Slash spawn pants. Picking up the pants. We have pants. Now this didn't update. I don't know why. Great. I hate when this happens. I hate working with dot changed. It's so annoying. So spawn shirt. Okay, shirt isn't working for some reason. Slash spawn bag. The bag worked. Look at me, I'm a nomad over here. I actually like how that looks. Okay, so it didn't work for pants, but it did work for that for some reason. Oh, that didn't destroy it. Let's see. So, equipping that gives me a bag. I think there might be some issues. Yeah, there's some issues with massless. I need to turn it massless. Players, data, equipped vowels. Okay, so the pants didn't update for some reason, but the torso did. Why is that? Huh? Equip clothing. Oh, that's why. I think. Yeah, that's why. Okay. I don't know why the shirt didn't work then. Bag is just welded. They are accessories. That's how I handle things like this in... Okay, so that one's massless. So is it the pants then? Weird. Those are massless too. Where's the problem? All of these are massless. Why is it not? Yeah, all of these are massless. I don't know why they're behaving weirdly, or why it felt like they were behaving weirdly. Oh, that's why. The bag itself here is not for some reason. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So, what is it? Let's go through this. Slot, shirt, shirt, pants, pants. Oh, it's tunic, not shirt. Whoops. Tunic. Let me fix that up real quick. Tunic. And... wow, that was a big mess up from me. Tunic. And tunic. Now it should work, I think. Let's see. I hope y'all are enjoying. We have the town of Aberrend / spawn tunic. Oh, well, it put me in a bush. What's up? Oh, right, gotta change it in the item weights. Dude, I messed up. How do I mess up that badly? How did I just forget? Where is it? Tunic. Okay. Now let me go to those. That one equips fine. Yeah, let me go to fiber, or not fiber. Well, what is the equip rate of fiber actually? 0.5? What is it for tunic? 0.2. I feel like this one could be 0.5, but like fiber should probably be like 0.3. Same with thread. I think thread should probably be 0.2. There we go. And then fabric's fine where it is. Alright, now let's try this again. Slash spawn tunic. There we go. Oh, I gotta change the tooltip as well, but that's fine. Slash spawn pants. Slash spawn bag. Alright, look at us. We got the drip. Now, it looks kind of awkward because I haven't made pants yet, or shoes yet, but that's because shoes has to be done by a leather worker, which I guess leather worker will probably be the next profession. But look at us. Sheesh. I guess the next thing to add is stats. We're no longer naked. Yippee. No, I'm just kidding. We have like kind of clothes dripped out of your mind. West City. Dude, this game, I get so easily motivated from this game. It's stupid, but it's funny. Alright. So, next up, we have to do stats. Alright. Let's do, down here, local clothing stats is equal to, not a function, table, and we'll do bag is equal to, and now I need to change the inventory weight. So we go to stats. No, not stats. Where is it? Details. Yeah. Max weight is equal to, well, how much should the bag add? 5 or 10? I'm not sure if it should do 5 or 10. It takes up a whole slot, and torso is going to also be used for armor and stuff, so I feel like bag should probably be like 10. So now we also do local, or no, for IV in pairs, clothing stats, clothing dot name, do, or we do if clothing stats clothing dot name, then there we go. If it has stats to apply, and then we do local stat val is equal to player.data find first child v, or no, I true. If stat val, then stat val plus equals v. Should be that simple. And this way it can change any stat in the data. It doesn't have to be just in details. So yippee. And so now I also need to put this in the unequip, which is actually up here. So let's put that there. We'll put all of these up here. Like this. And then we do clothing stats. Slot val dot value instead of dot name. Slot val dot value. Then we do minus equals instead. And so that way, when we take off the things, it should be pretty easy. All right, let's give it another test. And in the future, shirt and pants, or the tunic and pants, will help with like temperature preservation or like preventing people from getting sick, stuff like that. Slash spawn. Right, it's not shirt anymore, it's tunic. Shiakazing. Oh, it's not destroying it. That's not good. Let's see. Players, they're all named tunic. So what's up with this? Item module, unequipped clothing. Player.character get children. If v.name is equal to slot.value. Oh, it's supposed to be slot val.value, not slot.value. Whoops. Simple variable name thing. Looks awesome. Tragic. How do I not burn out? This is a question that I actually got in a little bit of an argument about yesterday. Because the thing is that Founding Stones is not my main project. Once again, I've only been working on this for like 2 weeks. Steam is my main project, and I've been working on it for 2 years. And some people did get a little upset at me because I was focusing on Founding Stones at the moment and not Steam. But the thing is that I know, me being who I am, if I try and focus on building or doing something that I don't want to do, it's going to take me forever, and it's not going to be as good as it could be. Like, for instance, in Steam, I had an update called the Government Update, Update 8. And while I was excited for the content it was going to add, at the time, I really did not want to do it, and I was getting really frustrated making it. And so the entire update, I was just slogging through making it, and I didn't like it every step of the way, for various reasons. It's not because I didn't like the game, it's just because of different reasons. And so I went through it, and it just didn't turn out all that good, because I could not get into it. And so, shit. Oftentimes, whenever I don't feel like doing something like that, I tend to be wanting to do something else. There is rarely ever a time where I don't want to work on a game at all, because I want to be a game developer. That is like my dream job. My goal is to end up being able to just live off of my games. Let's see if this works real quick. Yippee! 25! But it doesn't go back down. Oh, because it's right, yeah. So yeah, if I'm not wanting to work on one game, I'm wanting to work on another, chances are. Or I have an idea for a game that I want to make. And so, pretty regularly, whenever I'm burnt out like this, and usually it's around this time, whenever I get burnt out from Steam, I usually have another idea of something else that I've been wanting to make recently. And so that is how games like Founding Stones have been started. Founding Stones, or Mine Dashers, or Classic Lava, or the Infinity Classic, or Sacred Arts, or Zombie Invasion, or any of these other ones that I've been doing a lot. I take a break from Steam and work on something that I want to work on, because being honest, working on something that is as simple as Founding Stones compared to Steam is a breath of fresh air. Because Steam has so many things that I need to check for, and it is almost guaranteed there will always be at least one bug on drop of the update. Without fail. This game, I can actually update things and have a chance of not having any bugs, because it's so much simpler. It's so much nicer. And so although I will eventually return to Steam, it's just not something I feel like doing right now. And so I'm not going to try and force myself to do it. /spawn wood log. So I should be able to pick this up and then do a little bit more. /spawn iron axe. Yeah, so I can actually pick up over 15 now. And yes, when I get rid of the bag, you know, I'll be overweight, but that's fine. You can be overweight in general already. So now we just drop that, pick this up, and it just goes back on. Ta-da! We have a higher carry weight now. That is so satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. See, once again, it's really simple. Like, you know, this was all I had to do to add something as cool as the bag that gives a pretty good impact to the game. It's just so simple, but it's so easy. And that's the thing I love about it. So yeah, like, I do eventually return to Steam because I do love Steam and I don't want to not work on it. There's just some times where I need a bit of a break. Sometimes that break can be 1 week, sometimes it can be more like a month. I won't lie, I sometimes take a lot longer than I really should. It's a mix of me not wanting to work on that specific thing at the moment, and me being busy or tired from real life things like work, because I do have a job in real life at the moment. I work as a server. Because unfortunately, game developing does not pay the bills at the moment. I get like, if I'm lucky, I get $50 from Twitch every couple months, depending on how frequently I stream. Which I think I should be getting 50 soon, because someone did donate the last stream that I did, and I'm at like 40 something dollars, so it should go over the 50 threshold come the 12th. So, yeah. If I'm lucky, I get around $50 from Twitch. And then on Discord, every month I usually get somewhere around 30 to 50 or 30 to 50 USD from the subscribers in the Steam Discord. Which, if you want to support me, that's a good way to do so. Honestly, the Discord subscription service is probably the best way that you can possibly support me, if you wish to. Of course, nobody is required to do so, but I will say that they get occasional random things. There's 3 tiers. Tier 2 gets like special sneak peeks of the next Steam update. Tier 1 gets like dev photos sometimes. And then tier 3 is just for if you want to support me extra. But anyways, enough selling out. And then rarely, whenever I do finally get enough money, I get around 100 USD from Roblox. But that's, you know, once in a blue moon because it's based on the activity of my games, and sometimes they're just dead for a while. It's just kind of how it is. So, yeah. Anyways, I need to get to work on the buildings. Map assets, buildings. Let's pull these back out, and I've got to work on these. So let me go to the crafter here. We're going to grab the paper. And we have to put this into a couple different areas. First off, in the tailor section, we have this. Paste it into here. Tailor station. Open crafting, and then we do... what is it? Profession... Tailor station. Now we do local owner player is equal to script find first ancestor, which is a model stats.owner. Then we do if player is equal to owner player dot value and player dot then we do local player prof is equal to player dot data dot details dot profession. I think it's just in details, right? Yeah. And player prof dot value is equal to Taylor. Then we do all of this. Actually, now this is a point right here where I would do the return thing. If player is not equal to owner player dot value or player prof dot value is not equal to Taylor, then return end. This is a good point in which I would do it, because it's just checking something like that. All right. There we go. Now, let us grab this proximity prompt, and we'll put it over to here. Do another one. Boom. Fabric station. Okay. Now we go to here. We find the tailor station that this is. It is the tailor fabric station. There we go. And now we grab this, close it out, and we go over to the blacksmith here. And we do right here, furnace, furnace, smelter station. And this is for the smith furnace, right there, and smith. Okay. Now I grab this, and actually I do need to do another thing as well. Let me do local model is equal to script find first ancestor, which is a model, and then we do local fuel is equal to model.stats.fuel charge. Okay, and now we'll do owner player is equal to model, and then we do or fuel.value is less than or equal to 0, then return end. Okay. And I think that's all that I need from that. So now we go over to here, paste it into here. Jesus, didn't want to paste. We'll do like 8 for that. We'll name it Smith Station. Get rid of that because we don't need it for this. And then we do item module, no, profession module, Smith Station. There we go. And that should be all of these working now, more or less. It would be a little, it might be a little basic, but it'll work. Hello, Jay. Welcome to the stream. Respect the work ethic. Honestly, for me, it's just at my core, I just do what I want to do. I've discovered that if you don't like what you're doing, motivation can't keep you going forever. If you're not motivated to do something and you aren't disciplined to do it yourself, just don't try, because it's just going to burn you out even worse. How long have I been coding? About 2 years now. I've been coding since I started my project Steam, which was July 10th, 2022. So coming up on 3 years soon. Do I use metatable? I've heard the term metatables, but I don't actually know what they are, so I couldn't tell you if I use them or not, because I genuinely don't know. The term has always sounded really intimidating, and so... Yeah, no, I know of self. I've seen it in code, but I have not learned how to use it myself yet. Because once again, I am mostly self-taught. Like, for me, what I did to learn coding... I watched, not these. Dang, he has a lot more tutorials. What the hell? I started watching these tutorials right here. The beginning, the 2020 learned script ones from Alvin Blocks. These are how I learned the basics for scripting, and then I learned what I needed to throughout my process of making Steam. Am I making assets right now? Right now I'm making things work at the moment. I'm scripting, you have so many game ideas and you can't focus at all. I feel that. Don't feel bad about it though, because it took me until I was 18 to learn how to start coding. I started building when I was 13, and I didn't get around to coding until I was 18. So don't feel bad about it. Yeah, I need to get around to learning metatables. I just haven't gotten around it yet. I haven't gotten around to it. I know it probably would help a lot, but it's a bit intimidating. And I just haven't had the time, nor, like, the motivation to do so yet. Alright, let's see. So let me get these working. Copper... Hammer! I haven't made a hammer yet! How did I forget about a hammer? Oh, how did I forget about a hammer? hang on. Hammer, hammer, hammer. I need to go up here real quick. We're just going to make it out of stone. We're going to make it real basic. So we're going to get rid of this. You know what? I'm not even going to use that. I'm going to just go to player assets, tools, find the stone axe, because they can't make it out of iron. So, because this is for the people who make iron. So I kind of have to do it like this, I guess. It's whatever. Let's reshape this. We'll do... .5. That'll work. We'll just name this hammer. Get rid of these. We'll go to shears. Paste this in there. Hammer. For many duties of smiths. Okay. Let's duplicate this and see how it looks on the tool anim dummy. Probably would want to move it back a little bit. So like 5 instead, maybe? Yeah. It's still, that's actually pretty dang big, so maybe I'll size it back a little bit extra, but we'll see. Let me do like 5, 5, 1.2. Yeah, something more like that would make more sense. So now we duplicate it, put this into tools, grab this, take this out, delete that. God, I hate it when hotkeys stop working. Where's the... There. Okay, we'll name this hammer model. These need to be can collide on. Mask this off. And then we grab dropped items. Handle. Hammer. Hammer. Okay. There we go. And I think that's everything for that. Dropped items, put it away. Map module. Or no, wrong thing. What is this even for? I don't know why I have that out. Item module. Go up to here. We'll do hammer is equal to 1.5. And now go to profession module. We'll grab the plow here. And we'll do hammer. Stick to a heavy or a rock hammer used by smiths for essential crafting. And I may make it to where there's an iron hammer that you require for like higher tier crafting recipes. That could be fun. But for now, we're just going to focus on this. Tunic. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. Items. In the tunic thing here, we need to make the tooltip tunic, not a shirt. Okay. What else? What else? I guess all that's next is to test these and make sure they work. There's the crafting. Here, let me do craft item. local crafting tools is equal to hammer, shears. And not table.find crafting tools I. We'll ignore deleting necessary crafting tools. What is weight? It is meant to prevent people from just like carrying a billion items at once. It's pretty simple. Because like, for instance, different things cost different like materials to craft, or like buildings take different resources. So this is to prevent people from carrying like 8 wood logs and just like hulking them around the map. It's not a super, it's a very like loose weight system, but that's intentional. Alright, so now let's see. If we do this, /spawn bag. Who are you? What? Alright, so we're going to equip that so that way we can get the extra stuff. And we have 2 buildings to test and build. The tailor shop, which we will put right there. And the blacksmith, which we will put right there. Did I finish up everything in here? Smith, copper coin, pickaxe, hammer. Shears. Okay, so let's do this first. Oh, shoot, I forgot about that. Okay, someone remind me in a second if I forget. Grab or get the table for the blacksmith under construction. /spawn plank, because I completely forgot about it. 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, that's so nice. I can just carry them all because of the bag. People are gonna love this update. Rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not copy-pasting very well, so I'll just spawn a bunch. Oh my god, is my keyboard giving out already? I just got this keyboard not that long ago. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I do so much copy-pasting that my keyboard is giving out on those tabs. Okay, that's a bit annoying. I might have to work that out. I think I know how I can work that out, though. Smith station, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I think even if I spawn coal a couple times, it shouldn't work. Let me grab one of these. Fuel it in there. Yeah, still doesn't work. Alright. This shouldn't work. Insufficient. /spawn, or no, /coin, legendepsilon, copper 10. Still doesn't work. /spawn, stone pickaxe. Now I do want to test 2 things here. 1, will this work? Yes. /spawn, iron pickaxe. And then /spawn, hammer. Okay. Don't have necessary items. Okay. What about this? Okay, so something is up with that. I'll need to check that out later. But for now, let's focus on these. /spawn fiber. Whoops. /spawn. The fiber? Fiber. slash rope for spawn wood log. Now I can actually pick up 2 of these, which is really entertaining. I got some big muscles. Slash spawn plank. There we go. That's the tailor. These... Oh, that's not good. Stats? That doesn't have stats. Oh, that's why. Whoops. Okay, so I've got to change that, but that's fine. For now, let me focus on this and make sure this works. So I have the copper for it. Yeah, but I don't have the coin. So slash spawn shears. Or I don't have the shears for it. There we go. Alright, I'm now a tailor. Tailors are coveted for their ability to make clothes and other fabric-based items, helping provide citizens with safety and comfort, among other things. Okay, yeah, I know why these aren't working. Find first ancestor. Yeah, I just need to ungroup those models. Let me grab the buildings here. Right, while I'm doing this, let me grab the under construction here. Shove this into blacksmith 1UC. Okay. Then we go into here, grab this. We got to take the tailor station out of there. And then we've got to take this one out of there. Fabric station. Okay. So that's both of those done. Now this isn't working, so I need to check this out. That's in profession module. Attempt prof change. Delete breakpoint. So if that is a coin rec, otherwise, item is equal to this. Player inv index. And I'm pretty sure player inventory is, yeah, that. So we do if categories index. So category would be pickaxe. If categories index, then we do categories or through index. If player inventory, item name, then item is equal to this. Okay, so now we do if... Oh, that's why. I didn't change the rest of this code for some reason. If item, then if item there. If destroy and v takes. Okay, so I think that's why. So I think it should work now. Map assets, put that away. Alright, let me catch up on chat. I've not been reading chat, sorry. Crystal Cove. That I started building before scripting. How long did it take for me to get to a decent level for building? I had a bit of a special scenario, which really helped me get better a lot faster than what I assume some would. I don't know. In a way where people like take art classes to get better at art, so that way they are consistently always doing art. Before I even was working on games extensively, which I was already working on games when I first started building, but on top of working on games, I also was in a certain community called Miners Haven. If you don't know, Miners Haven is a sandbox tycoon game. That was like the first one to have items that you could like place down, like droppers or furnaces or upgraders. And so you could build your own tycoon. And there was a submission community where people from the community could build their own submissions and submit them to be added to the game. And I was part of this community from late 2015, maybe like early 2016 to like spring of 2017. And so throughout my time in that community, I went from building something like this to this being my final submission. So as you can see, there's a bit of a increase in quality there. And you can even see like the journey that I took through my buildings, slowly getting better and better, until it culminated into ones like this one here, or a couple others. And so it took me about a year to get decent-ish at building. And then from there, every game that I made, I got better at it. Until we got to Steam, which in my opinion is, once again, probably the best map I've ever built. Like, I had a couple different projects before Steam. I had Pokemon Epsilon, which was meant to be a competitor to Pokemon Brick Bronze back when that was a thing in like 2017, and it was okay. This was the building for Pokemon Epsilon. It wasn't anything special, but like it was okay. That's Steam. So yeah, it wasn't anything too crazy, but it was okay. And then after that, I went on to Dungeon of Eden, which is a dungeon crawler game, which, once again, not the best, but a little bit better than Pokemon Epsilon. And it even went through 2 maps. This was the other map that Dungeon of Eden had at one point, which was even better. I was really proud of this building. It was really part intensive though, so that was the bad part about this map. But it was okay. And then after Dungeon of Eden, we moved on to a third game called Awakening Stars, which, towards the end, was another map that I thought was my best at the time. This was like a city from it, and then, let me see if I can find like a good few images. It had all sorts of stuff all over. This was another part of the map. This is lore game, so ignore all that. So yeah, Awakening Stars was even better, and then we came up to Steam. Awakening Stars did also get a second map as well, in which there were places like... Give me a second, trying to find a good image. Places like this. Which, once again, after some more building, we got places like this, which I was really proud of. So, about a year. This may be one of the top 10 updates for Founding Stones. Do you think learning college level is required for decent scripting? College level mathematics? No. I mean, if you want to be really, really good at scripting, you're going to need to know mathematics. But, unless if you're really, really good at coding, you usually don't. Like, I have really kind of used minimal math in my coding whenever I didn't need to. But I know some people can get really complex with it. Yeah, like Zen Coco said, unless you're making really detailed physics and stuff. So yeah. I think honestly probably like the #1 update for Founding Stones is going to be whenever I add the clergy and magic, or when I add the leadership positions like Parliament, Monarch, and Emperor. I feel like those are going to be really fun. Alright, let's do some more testing, see if everything works. Landmark Art City. Let me get things set up. Let's see, so we're going to focus on Blacksmith. Place it. Slash spawn bag, we're going to do that first, so I have the extra weight. Slash spawn rock. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're just going to pick up all of these. Because I think I can. Should only be 24 weight. God, that is too many rocks. Dude, we're gonna have like some pack mules going out on like mining pilgrimages. Okay, slash spawn plank. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do still also need to add hammer and shears into the crafting recipes of tailor and blacksmith, but we'll get into that later. There we go. Alright, so let's give this another shot. So slash spawn, slash coin, legendepsilon, copper 10, slash spawn, hammer, slash spawn, iron, pickaxe. And so this should let me become... Shoot. Okay, what about slash spawn stone pickaxe? Still not. Okay, so I need to work out what's not working here. Let me open up the profession module, and then we'll do print item. Shoot, does this not update live? Here, let me get it on this side. Modules, profession module. Yeah, I know. Print item. Print index. And print player in the item name, and player in. And let's see what this all brings. Insufficient item. Okay, so it's just not even updating. Bro, I swear. Print item. Print player in the item name. Item name. Oh, wait, I'm a stupid. No wonder it's not working. Don't use, and then item name. Item name is the value, not the index in this, because it's just a basic table. I'm stupido. That's why it's not working. I bet you that's why it's not working. Saint Cove. I like that name. I think I've said this a billion times, but I think the naming system for this game is easily my favorite thing about it. The blacksmith, Shiakazing, slash spawn bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I think I only needed 4 for Taylor. So we'll just go ahead and spawn those in. Shiakazing, indeed. That's like one of the things that I just say a lot. Fucking SpongeBob. Okay. We have been going for a while. I am surprised that there are still 11 people watching this stream. Is me doing all of this that entertaining? We've been going for 3.5 hours. Holy shit. My throat's getting a little dry though, so I might need to grab some drinks in a second. I didn't expect to be streaming this long. I didn't expect this stream to do this well in general. But I've actually been having a lot of fun working on this, and so here I am, developing until the end of time. It is almost dinner time, dude. That's not good. I need to eat dinner. But I want to do the game night. Ugh. Slash coin, legendepsilon, copper 10, slash spawn, hammer, slash spawn, stone, or let's try iron pickaxe. No, let's just try stone pickaxe for now. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean there's insufficient item? I'm gonna lose my mind. Sorry, I'm dying here. What do you mean insufficient item? Oh my god. All of this just to try and make this more interesting when I really could just be making this so much simpler. Index. Index, in the case of the context rec, is going to be copper coin or pickaxe. Stone pickaxe and iron pickaxe. Appreciate the background noise, had it in the background. Okay, so everyone's just in the background. Alright. I'm not complaining, I get sweet ads out of y'all. Yeah. This is... Actually, I've not even been, like, intentionally running ads. Now I just did. But I've not, like, force ran an ad yet. Okay, let's see, what's going on here? So, print categories index, and index itself. Print item name. Don't use categories, or no, player inv item name. And then print item. The only reason I'm getting so salty is because it takes a second to put all of this back together, because I have to become the Duke again, place down the building, build it, and just do all of this all over again just to get the fucking thing. There we go. Slash spawn bag. Like, I have to do all of this building and it sucks. Slash spawn rock. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The worst thing is that I know it's not even going to work this time because I'm just testing to see what's wrong using prints. Free me! Okay. Let's see. Slash spawn. Hammer. Slash coin. Legend epsilon. Copper 10. What is this? Nil. Print item. Okay, yeah, because it wasn't category index. So now we do slash... spawn... Wait, what do you mean? Slash spawn... Slash spawn... Stone pickaxe. Categories index. So that itself isn't working. Copper coin takes true. Pickaxe takes false. Hammer takes false. Pickaxe. Categories. If categories index. What does this mean? What do you mean? I'm genuinely losing my mind here. I don't know what's up. Print index. Categories. Index. Categories. I'm not even gonna do the whole building again. I'm just going to find wherever I am. Okay. I'm just gonna duplicate the building and put it in there. I'm getting a little tired of doing this all over again. So Blacksmith 1. We're gonna grab the city, Perth province, post in this, and we're just gonna move it over. There, we're putting it right here. Adding a trapper. He'll place on use traps that can catch meat. Not a bad idea. Shears. Why does this need shears? Oh my god. Is this what I think it is? Is this really what is this? Please, no. Don't tell me it's true. It's been checking the requirements of Taylor this whole time. It's not been looking for Smith at all. It's not been checking the pickaxe. All of this effort to see why it wasn't checking the pickaxe, and it's because the pickaxe wasn't a thing. It wasn't checking in the first place. It was checking to see if I had the requirements to become a tailor and not a smith. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. Here, let me also, I gotta go to GUI stuff real quick and make a profession for Smith, because it doesn't have one. Smith panel. Yeah, oh my god, my head. My brain is gonna die. Smith. For I started recording by accident. Yeah, so that's exactly why this was happening. It's probably gonna work now. Let's see, gem tree. Let's do this one more time, and I'll do it the long way, because hopefully this will be the last time that I have to do this. Open panel, blacksmith, set up project, / spawn rock. Bag. Give me the bag. Give me the bag. But yeah, this is a case of something that happens every once in a while whenever I develop. I hyper focus on where I think the problem is, and in actuality, the problem is some other code that I just didn't check because I didn't think. No, I remembered to do that totally. This was just my stupidity. Truthfully, this is just my stupidity. That's it. I'm losing my mind now, and I fully understand if people left from that outburst, because I got really close to my mic. I'm sorry. I probably, like, destroyed y'all's ears a little bit there. But I'm sure you can see why I was suffering there. Okay, so let's give this a shot. / spawn hammer. So this will be the hammer gone. And then slash spawn iron pickaxe. So that does show that I do have one. Alright, and now if I do slash spawn stone pickaxe, I drop that one, pick this one up, check again, yep, and then we do slash coin legend epsilon copper 10. And now let's see. Son of a bitch. I just spent the last, what, 15, 20 minutes trying to go through this? And it was just a change of a string because I forgot to change it from checking for Taylor to checking for Smith. Oh, I'm salty. But it's fine. It works. And that's all that matters. And now I can use this crafter, which gives me iron axe, iron pickaxe, and shears. Now, this doesn't work, but if I do slash spawn coal, and I shimmy my way in there. Okay, well that's still not working. I'll have to figure that out, but it's fine. So now I should be able to do slash spawn iron bar, grab the iron bar, and craft some shears. Alrighty. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if I go back and become a Duke again, that doesn't become unclaimed, so I'm going to have to work that out. I don't know why that doesn't happen, but we'll see. Do I still have a claimed building? Or does my building just not turn into a claimed one? Claimed building. Okay, no, I still have one, so whatever. I'll have to work that out at some point. Okay, let me go through and delete all of these. Because I don't need all these prints anymore. There. Alright, now. What is it? The map assets, the blacksmith in the... Where is it? Furnace. One, I'm going to want to make this, actually, the shorter one. And make the particle one the longer one. Okay. Player.prof.value is not equal to Smith, or owner.player.value is not equal to that, or fuel.value is less than or equal to 0. Print open. So let's see. Potten. So if we do blacksmith there, slash spawn bag. Okay. Spawn rock. I might have to stop. We might have to skip out on the game night. I don't know. We're coming up on 4 hours soon. This is the longest I've streamed in a while. I really want to do the game night, though. It would be fun. I mean, you can play it right now, even. But yeah, it wouldn't be nearly as fun without players. There we go. Alright, so, slash coin, legend epsilon, copper 10, slash spawn hammer, and slash spawn iron pickaxe. We'll check with the iron pickaxe this time. It should work. There we go. Yep. Alright, so let's see. Where is the problem here? Data, details, profession is Smith. I've got the Smith thing here. The blacksmith has my name as the thing. So slash spawn coal. That is all lit up now. But that is still not running for some reason. Why is that? Don't tell me. Or fuel.value is less than or equal to 0. If player is not equal to owner player.value or prof player.value is not equal to Smith, or fuel.value is less than or equal to 0. Does anyone else see the problem here? I don't see the problem. Because I am the owner. The fuel charge is over 100. Or over 0. Prof player, profession, data, details, profession.value. I am Smith. Do you guys know what the problem is here? Because I don't. Because that works. But this one doesn't. And I don't know why. Okay. Let's see. Print player, owner player.value. Print player prof.value. And fuel.value. Because it wasn't reaching this, so it is a problem with that. If not player, find first if cooldown, then... Oh, that's probably it. I think it's because that was there. So let me put that there instead. That's probably what it was. Well, shit. 7 people playing right now? Hold up. Yes, give me the premium payouts. Sweet and succulent premium payouts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's see, what y'all doing? Okay, y'all already have a upgraded pavilion. Nice. Got a farmhouse working here. Ooh, y'all got a bad spawn, though. This is not a good spawn. You are so far from, like, all of the rocks. Is this near the mine? You're near the... Oh, never mind. This is, on the... Okay, this is on the forest side. Never mind. Yeah, this is actually a decent spawn. Okay. The landmark of Mudshire. Let's see. We've got Dagger. Okay, so we've got Gussie, one of the original Steam players. Booga? I'm assuming that's Booga. Yeah, that's just Booga in here. Me, Table from Table and Thespian. Brian. Okay, so yeah. Oh, that's why people are in voice call in Steam right now. You guys are all just playing this. Alright, well here, I will give you guys a single boon. A single gift from God until I shut down the game for the game night. Fare thee well. Alright. Which, while I am thinking about it, once again, I would like to share the invites to my Discords for you all. So let me grab them here. Where are they? Social links? They're like down here, aren't they? Social links, yeah. So, if you want to join my hub server, which is dedicated to my Twitch streams and all of my sub-games like Founding Stones, Classic Lava, Zombie Invasion, and a few others, then join this link here. So I will be pinging whenever there's updates for any of those games, or whenever there is a Twitch stream to start. There's different reaction roles you can grab, so you can just pick what you want to be pinged for, if anything. And then this is the Discord invite for Steam, which is where the game night will be happening. Steam will also be the hub for my main game, Steam, so you'll get any updates to the game, announcements of just general things relating to Steam or me. And whenever we do game nights, it'll be in that Discord, because that's the biggest Discord that I have at the moment. So yeah, if you have an interest in keeping up with my community and with me in general, there you go. Just join that Discord there. Now, I also need to go into here, and we need to go... Let me size that down. Go down here, and I need to add in shears to the smith station, and hammer to the smith station, and what's it called? Shears to the dye state, or to the tailor station. Tunic. There we go. All right. So let's give all of this a test now. Landmark of Golden. So we'll do who are we, or who are you? Baron what? By. Grab the blacksmith. Paste it there. So spawn bag. So spawn rock. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I really do like Founding Stones. I feel like the more people that are playing it, the more fun it is. Oh, I haven't equipped the bag. Whoops. There we go. So, like, if the game can ever get, like, popular, I do think it could go really hard, honestly. Especially once I add in more content, like the clergy. Once people can focus on, like, doing the clergy, or doing, you know, like, pursuing Duke or Duchess, or pursuing clergy, or just Commonwealth, or anything, it's gonna be so cool. Unfortunately, right now, there is only limited content. Like, right now, the taxes that the Duke can set don't do anything. Nobles can't do anything yet. The panels for the professions don't really do anything yet. It kind of sucks, but it's whatever. Alright. Slash... Now we do slash spawn hammer. Yeah, okay, that does still work. Slash spawn stone pickaxe, and then slash coin, legendepsilon copper 10. Become the thing. And now we do slash spawn coal. Toss it in there. Alrighty, there we go. And now we just need to do slash spawn iron ore. And that's done. You can now legitimately get iron bars. Now why isn't this working? Bro. I think it's not working for the same reason that the other one isn't working. Maybe. We'll see. Close out of that. Hammer area, proximity prompt, open crafting. Yeah, that's it, I'm pretty sure. Yep, that's it. So we do that. Now I also need to figure out why that's not happening. So let's go to profession module. That should all work. So we need to go up to attempt prof change. Fire client, online, change profession. Player value true. Remove ties. Server cleanse player affiliation if remove ties. So we do print. Oh, that's probably why. I think the Duke will say no, yeah. So cleanse old ties. What is that? Hello, Saint. Welcome to the stream. Give me a second. Let me figure this out. Module to change profession. Server module. That is in modules. Server module. Open trade window. Merchant trade. Cleanse player affiliation. So the owned building will be removed. Associated city will be removed. Context. And we do if context is equal to all, then this is not an efficient way to do this at all, and I understand that. But it's whatever. So let's do this. Get rid of this. Removes main building. Removes associated city and Duke status. Removes player data associated things. That's a bit rough. Let me do true there, and then we'll set this up here. Or rather, all. Greytown. We're so close, everyone. We're so close to being done, I think. Blacksmith there. Slash spawn bag. Equip slash spawn rock. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Also, yes, my V key on my keyboard is starting to give out, which is getting really annoying. I don't know why my keys keep giving out. Like, on my last keyboard, my U key was giving out. And I swear, it's not been that long since I bought this keyboard. I bought it, like, within the year. It shouldn't be giving out already. I mean, I get I type a lot, but, like, still. Spawn blank. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whew. God. There we go. All right, now let's do slash spawn hammer. Which I do need to test the crafting for that, actually. So let me do that instead. I think it's slash spawn rock twice, and then stick. Right? Hammer. It's 2 sticks. Slash spawn stick. Yep. Gucci. That works. Slash spawn stone pickaxe. Oh, right, yeah. Slash coin, legend, epsilon, copper, 10. Okay. Now, let's do slash spawn coal. Fuel it. Iron bar, slash spawn iron ore. Craft. And now I should need the hammer to craft that. Yep. And now if I get the hammer. Yep. Alrighty. That is basically blacksmith done, I think. So now I gotta work on the, whatever. So let's test about becoming the Duke now. Or not. Yeah. I think it still classifies me as Duke at the moment, which is not good. Details, associated city. Yeah. It still claims me as a Duke at the moment. Server val, city folders, Greytown. Yeah. That's getting annoying. Here, let me just undo it from this. Oh, that's why. Because I didn't have that put there. Oh well, whatever. I don't think it's a huge deal. So we'll just do true on either one. Alright. Let's give this another shot. Deca Crest. That's a cool name. There we go. And let's put in the tailor shop now. Spawn. So we need slash spawn fiber. We need 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 3 wood logs. So spawn wood log. And slash spawn length. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's all I need is 4. There we go. Now I shouldn't be able to use either of these. They have the same issue as the other one. Okay, so I've got to restart. I'm getting annoyed. Sorry, y'all. I've been doing this for a minute, and so I'm starting to lose my marbles a little bit, if you could not tell. Okay, so this is why sometimes you don't want to use return end. Because none of this would have happened if I hadn't used returned end. This is why you have to be careful about it. If you're using, like, in-code debounces like that. Okay, we have the town of Laypool. I've seen that name before. I've played this and tested this so many times that I've started seeing repeat names. Alright. So we have tailor shop. That fucking piece of fiber just prevented me from placing that. Okay. So let's spawn fiber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So spawn wood log. 1, 2, 3. Spawn Blink. 2, 3, 4. Okay. And now we need to do slash spawn shears. Slash spawn, or no, slash coin, legendepsilon, copper 6. And I'm now a tailor. And using tailor, I can make bag, pants, or tunic. And then over here, I can make fabric and threads, but I need a lot of fiber for it. So let's spawn in a whole bunch of fiber. So spawn fiber. Alright, we'll grab all of this, and we'll use it. Okay. So I'm gonna need a good bit of fabric. This much even, just for the tunic. Yep. Alrighty. Now we need some more for the pants. Fabric. There we go. So now I have pants. And lastly, slash spawn, or we need a bit more fiber. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because you need a lot of fabric to make a bag. In fact, I might have to downgrade something a little bit. In fact, yeah, I need 2 thread even. So I need 2 more fiber. Thread. Oh, I had an extra one. Okay, whatever. And bag. Alrighty. So that's that. You can now make all of the clothes and shit. Yippee! Okay. I think we're ready, everyone. We're almost ready. It's almost everything. We're almost there. I have just one more thing I want to add, and it's whenever a player leaves or dies, I want them to drop all of their items. So let's see. Firstly, I need to go to the tailor shop, and I need to go to the tailor station and the fabric station, and I'm going to reduce their ranges to 7. Okay. Next up, I need to do server module. Server module, and we'll do module dot cleanse end is equal to function player used for when a player leaves or dies. And we do if player dot character, then if player dot character, then for ID in pairs, player dot backpack get children do, and now we need the item module. We'll need to do item module dot drop item player drop item player v. now we do for ID in pairs, player.data dot currencies? No, it's details dot currencies. Get children do, and then we do item module dot drop coin player. Where's drop coin at? Coin name and then amount. Player v.name v.value. Formed an agrarian society. What does that mean again? All right. And should I make them drop their clothing and stuff as well? So like the things that they have on them? Oh, yeah, agriculture. An agricultural society. Do you just have like 1 billion farmers? Farmers are really busted right now. It'll change when I update the game, but they are so strong. Cave divers with a family of 4 and a loving wife when they hear detail. Devil's U-turn has a 0% survival rate. Sorry. I checked the fucking Steam Discord and I see this. I'm reaching the point of lunacy. I'm finding it's like I've teleported to when it's 3 a.m. and I find everything funny. Oh my god. Okay. Yo, should I make them drop their clothing as well, or should it just be their items and their currencies? Oh my god. I'm also starting to sweat because my fan has been off for a while. Clothing too? Okay, I guess I can. Whatever. Item module, drop item. So the problem is that they don't actually drop their item at the moment. So I need to do this manually. So now we do for ID in pairs of player.data dot equip vals get children do. If v dot value is not equal to that, then we grab model clone is equal to item model, or actually first I need item model. V dot name dot or v dot value dot or dot model. If item model, then item model. Then we put this in there. Character primary part C frame. We'll try to do the up vector. Should I? I don't know. Maybe we'll do like look vector ×2 and see if that works. Okay, that's a bot. Gross. Get the fuck out of here. Shiakazing! Skeleton Divine Death Blast. Okay. Value to model. That should be everything. Oh, and when they die, I also need them to, let's see, Death Handler. You need to do, for IV in pairs, player.data, dot, what is it? Equipped vals? Yeah, dot equipped vals. Get children. Do v dot value is equal to nothing. And we'll put that there. All right. And now we need to go to here and do server module dot cleanse inv player. And we need to also do this when they're leaving. So player handler, close out of that, put that in there. Okay. Now let's give this a test. Such spawn tunic, such spawn pants, such spawn bag, such spawn iron pickaxe, such spawn fiber. Thank you, True Bleed Aber, for following. Welcome to the stream as well. Iron bar, such spawn rock, such spawn coal. Just grabbing a whole bunch of random items. Such spawn stone axe. Alright, and now if I reset, it just all gets dropped. That's actually really funny to watch. Alright. Pants and tunic. My bag. Coal, rock, fiber, stone, iron bar, iron pickaxe. And a whole bunch of 0 coins. Such spawn, or no, such coin. Legend epsilon copper 5 / coin legend epsilon gold 2. Now let's reset and try. I forgot about coins and stuff, so I do need to check those out. So 2 gold coins, 0 that, 5 copper. Alrighty, good. Now I just need to go into server modules and do if v.value is less than or equal to 0, then continue end. Okay. I think that's everything working now. How much have I made off Roblox development? Not much. It depends on what all you count, but as I said it earlier in the stream, but from pure Roblox development and nothing else, I've made about $210 because I've been able to DevX twice. Through my game Steam. Thankfully, since it got 140,000 visits over the course of its existence, I've gotten enough premium payouts and like purchases from the donation and buying the shirts and pants that I was able to get, by now, over 60,000 Robux, which translates to about 210 USD. But on top of that, I do have a community Discord server that has subscriptions, and so I usually get around 30 to 50 USD a month from that, and I've been getting that since July or August. And then Twitch, sometimes every like couple months, depending on how often I stream, sometimes I make enough from Twitch to get around 50 bucks. So all in all, not a living amount, not a living wage, but I do get some, just not a whole bunch yet. And yeah, I don't make cash grabs. I try not to. None of my games have an excessive amount of game passes. Like Steam, I have maybe 2 game passes that I have in mind to add. For Founding Stones, I have 1 or 2 that I have in mind to add. But all of them are going to be cosmetic or like minimal actual game-changing stuff, because I don't like making pay to win and I don't like doing cash grabs. So even if I do add things like that, I also won't be adding like in-game GUIs or stuff. I feel like there's so many Roblox games now that are just so cluttered with shop GUIs trying to get you to try to squeeze every last Robux out of you. And so I'm trying to prevent doing that. I really don't like that type of game plan towards game making, which is why I'm streaming and why I'm doing the Discord subscription things. Those honestly help support me more than anything else. The Discord subscription specifically, those are honestly the best way to support me if anybody ever wants to support me, because most of that money does go to me compared to like Twitch or Robux. So yeah, that's why I do both. Stream and all that. Or that's why I stream and have the subscriptions and all that. It's just because it's better than doing anything else. But anyways, with all of that done, I think we are ready for this update drop. Was there anything else to do? Let me see. Update planning. Torches, those were added last update. Tools for any professions I can add, that's done. What professions were added? It was tailor and blacksmith. I was wanting to add more, but we don't have time for it, so it's whatever. All of that is done. Okay, so yeah, farmer and tailor are added. Smith is added now, even though that was supposed to be a later one. It's whatever. Alright, I think that's everything. I don't think there was anything else left to add, right? Neck and Cheese was stolen. Welcome to the stream. I've not seen that name before. Have you been following me? Okay, no, you haven't. Are you like a new person? That's a funny name. Oh, you're Odric. Okay. Gotcha. I was about to say, you were talking like you knew me. I wasn't sure. Let me toss the dev assets into the storage. Alright. So I think that's everything. We added armor to a degree. Or clothing. We added clothing. We added the tailor shop and blacksmith. There's no clothing dyeing yet, but that's fine. It's whatever. I added the new cave down here. I haven't added all of the like upgrades to the buildings that I want, but I can do that in the next update, and the next update will be even more goated. Trust me, every update from here on out is maximum goat. Okay, so I think that's it then. So for anybody who is new here, name their buildings. That's what I needed to check. If people would lose their buildings. Yeah, let me check that real quick. Crystal Land. So if I do, who are you? Town, Baron, what? Okay. And then we do open panel. Oh, and then I did have one other thing I wanted to do. Blacksmith, right there. Slash spawn rock. So spawn bag. Pick up the bag, pick that up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I hope you guys aren't playing to the point that you're getting tired of the game, because it's going to be really unfortunate if you guys play for this long, and then the game shuts down, you all have to restart, and you don't want to play anymore because you've been playing, but even though there's a new update now. Nah, it's whatever. This is doing numbers for the game though. Like TikTok, even TikTok wouldn't have fucking done this much. Y'all are spoiling me here. Spawn slash spawn plank. This may be a good game to pursue fully. Imagine if we can actually get this game to 10,000 visits. By the way, for anyone curious, I'm pretty sure 10,000 visits is like the peak point to try and aspire for Roblox games, because when Steam reached 10,000 visits, for context, before July, or no, before like the beginning of July last year, Steam had less than 10,000 visits. It was like the day that Steam reached 10,000 visits, it started getting recommended to people and getting put, like, in the recommended experiences here, it started getting recommended to people. Which is why, from July to the end of August, it suddenly went from 10,000 visits to 100,000. It happened because it started getting put on recommended. So if you can get a game to 10,000 visits, and the game is interesting, and you can get people to stay long enough to get multiple people in the game, you're good. And then you just have to capitalize off of that. Alright, let me finish this up real quick. Slash coin, legend epsilon, copper 10, slash spawn, iron pickaxe, slash spawn hammer. And now if I become this, that makes that mine, but if I go back to him now, who are you? The town. Then that becomes unclaimed again. So now if I do Duke slash Duchess, open panel, tailor shop, set it there, and then we do, let me get rid of these two. Okay. Slash spawn fiber. Slash spawn wood log. Wood log. 1, 2, 3. And then slash spawn plank. 3, 4. There we go. We finish this. Let me just make sure that these work after you try and do this. Okay. And now we do slash spawn shears slash coin legend epsilon copper 6. Okay. And then I become this legend epsilon. Talk to him again. What? Okay. There we go. So that is unclaimed. Taylor deed, Smith deed. So now if I do slash copper legend epsilon 1000 or oh wait, whoops, slash coin legend epsilon copper 1,000,000,000 of it. All right, and so now that is mine again. And now if I go over here, now that's mine, and this is back to normal. Good, good, good. All right, so I think that's all working now, finally. So I think we're good. Let me just write out the update patch notes. And once again, we are going to be doing a game night of this after I stop streaming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update this. I'm going to shut it down. Question. How would you guys prefer me go about this? So I can either shut down the game and let you guys test it while I do some stuff. I'm going to go like get a drink and use the restroom. And then I'll come back and officially announce the game night. Do you guys want me to shut down the game a second time when the game night starts, so that way we can have a completely fresh server? Or should I let you guys just keep testing and make sure there's nothing wrong, and then when the game night starts, we can just continue from what you guys already have? Do you guys want a completely clean start, or fresh server? Or keep the testing server? Shut down? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Then let me go ahead and get the update patch notes ready in a second. Let's see. Flash founding stones ping. Big update. So two new Commonwealth professions, 2 new buildings, Blacksmith and Taylor, a few new items and such relating to the professions, clickable items added, new cave added to map to help with valley side starting spawns. Main mountain cave expanded to make iron settlings. Dying now. Dying / leaving game now drops all of your items. Okay, I think that's everything. Right? Why are you wanting me to wait, Norm? You finished the farm? I'll see what you guys have real quick before I shut it down.
Bingus.
11 people playing right now, yeah, damn. Let's see, what y'all got? This is going to be, I think, the longest VOD I've ever uploaded to my Twitch stream, or to my YouTube channel. Damn. Ah, yes, the city of Mudshire. Okay, y'all have been doing some good stuff. God is coming. God is coming. Oh my god, it's a city that actually prioritized fire pits? Almost every city I've seen so far only has one fire pit. One or two. So y'all got a couple houses for Phantom and Thespian. Got a farmhouse for Sachi, Brian, and nobody yet. Okay, got a couple farmers. Let's kill Gussie the Tyrant. I will be adding weapons eventually. This is a quaint little place y'all have. So why did you need 2 silver? What for? We need weapons now. What do you need? What do you need it for? I'm gonna be shutting it down soon. Do you guys still have that iron axe that I dropped like an hour or 2 ago? You have it. Yep, there it is. Nice. That'll be obtainable in the next update. Wait, Thespian, are you in the stream? Who are you? Who is this bro? Bro says he's not in the stream, but he can hear me talking. Yeah, okay, whatever. This is it. Okay, so I'm going to shut down the game and publish the patch notes. I'll let you guys test for a little bit, and if you guys come across anything, let me know so that way I can fix it real quick before the game night happens. I'm gonna go grab some drinks, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I might grab some food to eat while I play. But if everything works out, then in about 10 minutes we'll be doing a game night. Reminder, for anyone who is in the stream and is not in the Steam Discord, you're gonna need to be in the Steam Discord if you want to hear the voice call, and get the ping for when the game night actually starts. So if you'd like to be in the game night, I've just posted the Steam invite link again. You can also use that as an excuse to go check out Steam. Anyways, I think that will be all now, though. Thank you all for coming out to the stream. Let me go ahead and publish everything. Shia Kazing. And hopefully the world doesn't end in 2 seconds from me doing this. Okay. Thank you all for coming out. There's the patch notes. And I will see you all tomorrow for the Mind Dashers stream. Bye-bye, everybody.